Okay, hello everyone, welcome back for yet another COTA race, again with Lexus. Yeah, Quali is underway, but nobody's really doing laps, except, well, a couple of cars now going out. It's a 20-minute session, but we only have 18 tires for the whole Quali and race, so nobody's wanting to kill the tire, yeah. Yeah, we will go out maybe midway through, like at 10 minutes. I'm just looking at what happened here. So I for sure expect... Well, let me open the chat. Hello everyone in the chat already. Yeah, nice new intro. Still trying to make it work a bit more seamlessly with OBS. Well, GT3 tire strat is open to interpretation. There is a couple of things you can do. Yeah, not sure about pole to win. Lexus is not a quali car. The Lambo is a quali car. So we have BS Plus here. He just did a lap and pulled off, which is interesting. For maximum tire preservation. You know, the Lambos will need a lot of tires, more than the Lexi. But we have some fast AMGs as well. You've already done 2 races, okay. Yeah, we've done one race yesterday with Traction GG. And yeah, I mean, in the end it was quite straightforward, but there were things you could do to kind of try optimize a little bit. Yeah, Arda, very, very stacked. It's funny to see the hypercars. It's 11 Ferraris and 1 Toyota. Makes me think of all the VMS Pro rounds that I had to survive with the Peugeot against this Ferrari. Yeah. Yeah, so I have done 7.0 on Thursday for the WEC Championship. But it was slightly different conditions, and I didn't really practice much for it. Not that I practice much for today, like most of my practice was all the stints that we have done in the past days, so I wonder if these guys here actually exported it a bit. Because the Lambos can do 6.3, somebody did it in practice. You were with Luke. Alright. It's actually quite, yeah, with, I think, yeah, 14 split, so it's not easy to get into top split with the hypercar here, because it's only 12 entries, right? Anyway, I'm gonna target for below 7.0, I will be happy with that, and our pace will be better in the long run, so let's hope for the best. And we have a Jardier as well. Which car is he? He's probably driving with somebody else. Anyway, it's time to put some lap times into the leaderboard. Yeah, we have 18 tires, so that's 4 sets plus 2 extra. And we have like 6 or 7 stints in the race plus qualifying. So we will need to use quali tires in the race. No way around it. And one lap is not enough, because despite 49 Celsius track temp, it takes, well, if you take a Ferrari or a Lambo, maybe the first lap is useful, but for cars like Ford... Thank you, Jesper. Let's have a nice one. For the Lexi and for the Fords, and for Astons as well, I think. It's... yeah, you need more outlaps. think it was like low 40s in track temp on Thursday for the WEC online championship race, and I took 6 laps of fuel, and my fastest lap was the 5th one, and then I ran out of time. Two push laps in the 4th, yeah, I will see. If I'm happy with lap 3 or lap 4, I will stop, but otherwise I might try the 5th one. Knuckle out, that's a very good observation. I think I slightly crashed myself into the camera stand, or it's not really a camera stand, it's 2 alu profiles mounted onto the sim rig, and then this more like moldable or deformable camera stand supporting the camera, so it's a bit wonky. Still needs to be upgraded one day to something more reliable, but I think it's good now. And I fixed the colors. I think it was way too like bluish tinted last time. Son Juanque, indeed. I did some ACC recently as well for the VCO ERL competition, and yeah, it's difficult to feel anything. Anyway, time to concentrate. We are on the default track limit today. We were on strict on a Thursday, so some corners are now much more open. The Lambo already with 6.4. Yeah, the Lambo is super good for Quali. Opening up with a 7.8 and the tires are still frozen. So that's matching the Thursday pole. Now let's gain a little bit more. A bit too V-shaped. Nope, understeer. Okay. I mean, that's a PB, so I'm not gonna complain about it. That also matches what the setup shops have done in their ideal conditions, so I think that's gonna be it for the session. Top 10 for the Lexus in top split in Quali. Not too bad. Yeah, 3/10 off Lambo, that's what the hot laps from setup shops would predict.
Good job.
Thank you. Let's see if there is a Lexus ahead of us. Sven.
Yes.
That's... oof. It's... yeah, 2/10. But he's practiced, he did the go setup. He did the hot lap for the go setup, so he has some more Quali experience.
Right.
That's a good excuse. I can use it actually. So Alexi, I'm driving it with Jesper. Yeah, yeah, with more practice, 2/10 is usually easy, but like again, this is not esports, right? We got nicked. It was. Wait, what? Is that P9 or P10? Anyway, let's load the setup. So anti-roll bar is correct. This is correct. Preload is correct. Fuel is correct. Alright. Already then. Oh, the sun. Wait, I need to do something with the sun because it's shining right in my eyes through the blinds. That's better. Maybe camera is a bit offset. Okay. P9 won the champ race on Thursday. Wait, was it Sven going from 9th to 1st? I thought he was like P6. I mean, I know that he lost DR despite winning the race, so yeah. So what performance do you expect from Lexus versus other cars? So Lexus will for sure have it easier to do like the second stint, or like especially the last laps of the second stint. P9 is on the left side, which is great. So I'm basically P8. Right, I did the fuel, I did the tires, I did the setup. Let's go. And it's again overcast. Yeah, I don't know how they do these conditions. Or is it just because Quali was sunny and it was therefore 49 track temp, or what is it? Yeah, 49-ish, 48. And now it's only 37. You believe in Lexus superiority. Yeah. 50% Lexus will die in the SS. Well, there is quite a big historical... well, according to historic data set, right? There is a big chance of a Lexus dying in the SS. But we did a click or two. And now it's in the hands of... I don't know who. I would say in the hands of myself and Jesper, but sometimes it's outside of the hands. If the snap happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Anyway, it's early start here, so we have to be ready for green, green, green. Let's go! The AMG got really good start, despite having worse outside lane. But look at these driving standards, like... Top 10 at least, top 12, beautiful. Everybody actually being sensible. Well, the AMG has slipstream as well, right? Should have I dived. I tried to go for it, but then I thought, well, maybe I lacked like a meter or two of ground, and it's lap 1 of a 6-hour race, so. And then remember, the Lambos have like 102 liters or 103-ish. They need more fuel. AMG has like 80 something, I think, even. The funny rear is here already. Ooh, for the Merc as well. Oh, he killed himself. Yeah, we have had a nice fight with him. No track limit already. Okay, 0.25. Pichichi, thank you for the sub. Yeah, it's indeed just this Lambos really having a crazy high fuel ratio. Generally, people ahead are saving fuel a little bit more, although they are all in a big train now. I prefer a bit of empty space ahead so I can actually see the apexes. 8.6 for the leader. Yeah, we're about there. Yeah, that AMG doesn't have much pace. Well, M4 is not really slow, but supposedly it destroys the tires quite quickly. So even BS Plus drivers take a different car than the BMW. Come on, Ferrari Sports, make the dive. I tried. Felt like he even opened up the space to let me go or something, which doesn't really make sense. But of course the Ferrari traction is quite good. These abrupt lighting conditions changes still happening. Thank you. Still matching the pace of the leaders. That's good. White had struggled so much in that hairpin. Although I guess for rear-engined or mid-engined cars you need to make a setup much more stable. Ooh! That... Don't appear with inside me, please. Where is he? Gone?
I'm a bit confused.
Disconnect?
I don't know. Yeah, seems like it.
That means that his co-driver can take over his car and drive from the garage.
Oh, time to close the gap. Good job so far.
Thank you. On it. Yeah, there he goes out of the pit lane, or his teammate. Here come the hypercars. Mitch and David battling. It might as well be 2018 Formula Sim Racing WC.
Yep. Oh.
Nice. Already sticking to no sins, even if you have like 1 centimeter overlap. Can't believe it. Anyway, turned out to the apex, survived, all good. I got them more on the straight, and then these people ahead will get them in the corner, so that's not bad. Oh, who's that? David? No, is that David? No, it was another bluer hypercar. I lost quite a bit of time to Osterman there.
Typical loud traffic. Okay, well, let's breathe a little bit. 10 laps in, well, 9 laps in, into lap 10, a bit of a gap ahead, a bit of a gap behind, gained 3 places, not too bad. Someone yesterday was P1 and got kicked. Oof. Not great. Yeah, you never then know if it's your internet or something else. I mean, sometimes you know because everything else keeps working, except the game. But, oh man, LAN events are the only solution. And then you don't get kicked, but maybe one of the sims is malfunctioning, like it was for David at Sim Formula 2 years ago. Or for Yuri Kasdorp, and for myself partially last year, and so on. It's never fully fair, you know. I guess there is no game that doesn't have disconnects. Funnily, I have relatively more disconnects per race in iRacing in the last year than LMU. Well, just because I had, I think, one or two disconnects, but I didn't do that many races in iRacing. But I do many races in LMU and it was really not that much after the first half of the year, where I had like 6 or 7 game crashes. So for now I'm happy, but let's see. One day I get disconnected from the lead and I'll be unhappy, but yeah. For now all good. Why am I burning so much energy? Well, 2%. At least the pace is good. Schoeniger 8.3. Yeah, Daniela, hopefully Andy is doing educated clicks in the back end. In real life they have hardest compound. Well, we have hearts here, they should kind of work, but if it's hot enough. Turns out it doesn't really get hot enough ever, for the Lexus at least. Maybe there is still way too little tire heat up. Point 0.5 for me. Pace is good. V10 becoming louder. Alright, so enjoy the Lexus. Yeah, the Lambo is good in high speed. Well, it doesn't help to take the extra curb on the braking. If you then miss the apex more often, I just don't feel comfortable doing it like the cars ahead. Well, that's supposedly how FIA rates or demands the moves to be. Take the apex, push other wide on the exit. I was pretty clean anyway.
I like it.
Copy, copy. I think Gelhut is going for stopless. So sketchy when offline. Feels like there is more grip than there actually is. I wonder if actually most of the cars ahead are going for a stopless. I mean, you need to save like 15 laps of fuel, which is half a stint. Or maybe a bit less, 12. Ah, why was that necessary? What a moron, really, like, what the... Man, I've... Into the most stressful corner where I am shitting myself if I'm alone on track. It just rams into my rear. And then why not go 3 wide? Like, why, really? Like, come on.
Everything okay?
No, I'm stressed.
Yeah.
A repair body, but I guess it's nothing. Top speed seems to be fine. I mean, I tried to like turn a bit extra, but who's that? Lapped car. But GT3s can barely do that corner flat out. Like, I mean, it's easy flat, but you don't have any much more grip to give any space, and I would hope Split 1 hypercar would understand that. Let's see who am I angry with. I have no idea who it was, but... Was it Jardier? Okay, well, I survived. Copy. I called Jardier a moron. Oh no, my career is over. He blamed me. Copy. The classic. You know, it's Hypercar's duty to make a safe pass. I was already kind of trying to lift and accommodate when I realized he's trying to push it around the outside, but that's a place where nobody ever tries to overtake that late on the exit. You just don't do it. As I collect another track limit because I'm out of my mind. Okay, refocus. Orange, well, I mean orange and yellow, I don't really trust that those colors. For me it's just about if suspension is straight then it's fine. And car feels absolutely good. John Monroe went through worse things yesterday and car was still fine. I mean, the whole situation wasn't really... like, it was just a bit silly, but then the other hypercar came around the right side and then my brain just completely exploded. Luckily I broke. Like, if I didn't break there, I would be just pinched together and end up in a barrier. Okay, let's focus again. Do some nice lap times. .5. So maybe I should keep second gear there. But yeah, this is for sure meaning that everybody ahead is doing a stop less. But that's gonna be interesting. Yeah, interesting, really interesting. It's so marginal that it's obvious. Like if I'm now on 23%, and that makes it impossible to make the whole race on a fuel saver. But others wouldn't be fuel saving if they were going for a stop more, so I think everything is clear. But yeah, Sven is doing a great job indeed. I'm not even mad, like, even if our strat is maybe then, if others have calculated better than us, if their pace is gonna be better along the race, I'm not even mad, because this is gonna make it more interesting. And this is not esports enough to force me and Jesper into fuel saving. It's right between second and third gear. A great exit is good for second, but many times the rear traction is just not there. Well, Penicillin, it's either saving for 6 hours or full push for 6 hours. Strategy is marginal, so let's see how it goes for us. ABS, not letting me turn. Although, is 70% enough for 2 extra laps? I think Sven is the only one on 28 lap stint, everybody else on 27. But you can get away with 127 lap stint, I think. Other have to be 28. Sven is looking really good here. Now I'm a bit sad that I didn't esport the quali prep a bit more. But there was really no time for it, and yeah, again, it's a test event for fun, for content, so why would you do crazy quali prep? But maybe others haven't done either and I just choked it. Car balance is really nice indeed. It's not too much different from what I had on Thursday. But it is, yeah, it's slightly more, even more stability oriented. But I believe Sven is on the actual Go setup. I mean, I am as well, but the clicks that I have done for side grade, or just for making it better balanced for myself and for Jesper and for the traction guys yesterday, are quite substantial. Okay, I have 2 laps to go. It's Huban in the Mercedes ahead. I wonder if he's ever gonna touch the Lexus again. I mean, he will have to. Come on, track limit. I didn't really lose much time because I would have to brake for the hypercar anyway. That's fine. Where's the rain? Yeah. Where is the rain? No rain today. Although it would be funny if there was like 10% rain chance out of this overcast. Or is it partially cloudy? Mostly cloudy. So then maybe split 9 out of all splits would get a bit of rain. That would be hilarious. For some. I mean, I would love a quick shower now. Would be beautiful. I think my setup would have liked it. Uh-oh. 9! Still straight? Why was... I thought I had cleared the car. There was still overlap. Ah, it's a bit broken. That's unfortunate. But he collected all 3, that's... Ah, that was a Toyota spinning. It's so annoying. Well, box.
What a clown show.
Yeah, it's... There is a lot of Lexus on the right side. I really thought I had cleared, but I haven't.
Yeah.
I'm not even trying to battle, I just don't want to lose against Osterman. Should I just try to repair all? Maybe best idea.
Yeah, do what you think best. I'm just here for the lulz. And there's many lulz.
32-second damage. I mean, we can skip potentially, although it seems like it's first repairing and then get... It was such a tiny margin, you know, on the right side, probably 10 centimeters or so.
I'm pretty sure you will get on the inside of him. Unlucky.
It's safer to repair, it's a bit sketchy in high speed, so...
F.
Well, guys, that's how it is, even with 14 splits, and when you...
So they're not repairing and refueling, I guess.
Yeah, or maybe it's actually 60 seconds damage, and then... Yeah, I don't know. Not sure how concurrent things are.
Oh, so you skipped the damage, or?
No. That's it.
Okay.
Fully repaired. I was fine, but then both Ferraris stopped. Yeah, again, like 14 splits. There is only 12 hypercars making it into top split. And what happens? One of those super top DR hypercars just lock up the rear, smash into two... Anyway, it is what it is. Yeah, let's try to go side by side through here as well, right? So 32 seconds for the damage. Let's remember, let's say half a minute. Actually, let's say 35 seconds because of the time loss as well on the in-lap and with the incident. And we will maybe get the chance to subtract that in the end of the race from overall standings. Leiden, you got bend steering. Copy. Yeah, I thought I was gonna make the gap on the inside. I don't know, like I'll have to check the replay later, but I thought I was for sure gonna make it. But then the dynamics of the sliding just changed, or maybe I just didn't have enough grip anyway. Maybe it was too late for me to back out of it. Because I remember I said, oh no, we're getting crashed out, and then I was like, oh, only the two cars ahead are getting crashed out. Ooh, there is a probability for a nice switchback. Then I go for a switchback, and next moment the gap is not there anymore, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway. If it was last 2 stints I would not repair, but it's way too sketchy to continue with the Lexus with even small wheel damage. I'm starting racing hypercars when the hypercars get new tires. Actually, I'm lying. For VMS Pro, I'm starting the racing hypercars because I couldn't switch to GT3s because, well, that's how they run things. I would need to go through pre-qualifiers again. So I will enjoy some nice BMW hypercar again for 6 rounds of VMS Pro, starting next week already, I think. He didn't expect. That was interesting. I look. Well, it's been going better since like until 5 minutes ago. But now we're, yeah, what did I say, 35 seconds behind where we should be because of the repair. Oh, I'm turning too much, very sketchy. Yeah, I should be in the lead now, you know.
Can I exit and warm up somehow?
Yeah, you can. You have 25 minutes to rejoin. You have practice session that you can join. I think. Yeah, you should have practice session. Or if you don't, it's just go offline. The positive thing of our strategy was with extra stop that we would now under fuel get ahead of everyone else and just have clean air to do whatever lap times we want. But that part of advantage is now gone. But we have a nice battle upcoming. Well, the Fords are not bad around here. In fact, they are really competitive. Yellow flag. It's GT. It's the Lexus. Was it the Lexus moment? That's the Lexus that I qualified some milliseconds ahead. Another Lexus ahead. And that was a lapped. car. Never finished until a tiny wiper sings. Well, we have quite a wiper here, like this is a big wiper. Oh!
Oh no.
There is still a car on... Aha, he went off. Yeah, I guess I learned how much of the Lexus is still on my right side.
I still heard a small touch, but
I didn't feel anything.
that's good.
No damage. Maybe you heard the touch of the other car or something.
Could be.
1 stint and a half into the race and we have already almost died 2 times. Well, 1 time we actually died a bit. On the inside at least. Track limit. Oh, green. Copy. What was that for? Out of nowhere. I mean, I did go on the curb a bit more, but that was a bit silly to get a warning for that. I think there is still a bug with the Lexus, because it's quite a wide car. Some white lines actually give you a cut warning even when you're still on them. Even a yellow one, like into the last corner. 4 wheels, almost 4 wheels off, but still like tire on the white line, and it's a yellow cut sometimes. So that's something that needs to be fixed, even on the default cuts, not just on strict. That's my excuse. But a green cut anyway, so all good. But you see the gap to the lead? 35 seconds. And I lost maybe 1 second by that incident in the Mickey Mouse hairpins. And I would be ahead of P1 now. At least for half a stint. Interesting rotation. Hi Shark. Hi Jesper. Long time no see. A little bit of a battle or a train forming ahead, I see. 5-6 seconds. So thing is, if you go for a stint less, so for 6 stints, it's basically double stints, but in each second stint you get new tires on the left. Actually, you get 1 time you get fresh tires on the left, One time you get Quali tires on the left, and then the second time you get Quali tires on the right. So, I mean, it's a solid strat, but you need to really fuel save all the time. We thought it was not worth it. Osterman still in 8s. That's quite a solid pace. That's not fuel saving though. What's that? 4 cars ahead. 8765. Oh yeah, look. Very much so. Again, I don't think it really counts this thing for the DR though. Like, it's still pulling some data from somewhere, but it's still named test server, or like test race, they named it. So it's some separate database compared, or like compared to the one used for the online system. Maybe, I don't know. Would need Mr. Dan to explain. Yeah, people ahead, super slow.
Just wait for 2 minutes.
Okay. Pierre, it's Jesper Pedersen. Shark, no problems yet. but I'm reluctant to scroll through the pit menu. I just know that behind... Okay, hypercar... Well, this is fine, because he was early enough, so I could prepare, but... The Jardir incident before was way too late for me to do anything. So yeah, I know that the replace brakes is off the screen, turning on, off, but I think it should be fine. No problems yet with it. No brakes have been replaced. A shark indeed. A lot of stuff needs to be updated. I still hope one day we will have much more telemetry exported and also native Motec log inbuilt. What do I have to do with this train now? Pick them one by one, or fuel save behind? Next pit stop, well, I guess since this is not really esports, I can be more open about strategy, although Jesper always keeps shouting at me for leaking the strategy. But I kind of leaked it before, when I went through the menu, unless I still change it. But Jesper will go into the car and get a new tire, well, 4 new tires, perhaps the Quali set.
How's it going?
9 to go. And I'm in a bit of a train.
Ended.
I'm sending. It's such a sandy corner. What a Lexus snap, but it's a Ford. Man, I'm not used to race like that, but it has to be done, looks like. Well, I mean, I have less fuel than others, so I'm of course a bit quicker. But others should have fresh tire on left side if they are doing things correctly. Okay, so 30% virtual energy is like 13-14 seconds. That's the gap that I would need to pull. Although Jesper will have quite a nice undercut as well.
When should I join?
You can join anytime.
And late?
Six to go.
Okay. I was very slow in warm-up and realized I was on factory default, so lovely.
Nice. Is there anything I think LMU does worse than RF2? Well, modding, content, private servers that you can host yourself for free. Although 2 hours here is like €0.5, so like it's very cheap, relatively, for European standards. And yeah, what RF2 has is ability to run Formula 1 style series. And I grew up doing high downforce, powerful open wheelers in F1 Challenge, Air Factor 1, Air Factor 2. So driving GT3s is not really what I do best, so I'm having a slightly hard time learning how to do ABS and use mechanical grip for rotation. But this tire model is really good, so to me it's very nice. Jesper would disagree, he prefers RF2 tires. But I appreciate that sliding isn't faster. And maybe that's why I like the Lexus, because it really feels like a baby LMP4. it's a Porsche. I thought it was an Aston, but now I hear the V6. Oh, flat 6. It's not a V6. Or is it? No, it's flat 6, right? The main notes are the same for both anyway. Now the tires are fine. They're just slowly but surely wearing. It's really not that hot. I wish we had like 50 Celsius track temp, which in hot Texan summer day like this with 35 air temp, like I really don't get it. Why do we have such a low track temp? In those conditions Lexus would be so much better than, let's say, the Lambos. But you see, like 33 air temp but only 37.7 track temp, despite it being only partially cloudy. It feels weird, like I don't think it's correct. Although it's a known issue that the temperatures are not generated correctly, especially in the night. Sometimes it's fully broken. Like 32 air temp and then 18 track temp, like at Bahrain, it's a big bug. But you know, like 80, 75, like it's perfect conditions for the tires. Maybe the rears are even slightly too cold. And that gives maybe the Lambos that heat up the rears a bit more, maybe 10th advantage relative to what we would have with 50 Celsius track temp. But the car feels really good still, despite the old tire. Yeah, like we were on pace, although we were on different strategy. I still think I would be leading if that incident didn't happen. Maybe Osterman would be on my rear now. But I would have less full fuel. But yeah, hypercar spun. I'm gonna check it on a replay later. After my stint, so like in 5 laps. But it was 32 seconds repair that we had. Well, I hope he will get an answer in the server chat.
I'm on the server.
Okay, 2 to go. I think after this pit stop we should be in the worst position strategy-wise, and then it should only get better. Let's see. Interesting line by the Porsche. Box in this lap.
Copy.
Driver energy tires set.
Alright.
It's still high, actually 8.8 I did last lap on old tire, that's pretty decent. Where is he going? I mean, seems like it's faster for him. Box, box, box.
Good job.
Ay, ay, ay. I mean, not sure what's better. For 3 seconds, 2 seconds, you will be in the car now, and then you can wait. You
All
should
right.
be in the car. And
I
your
am
chef-
in the car.
Your chef engine will start automatically in a little bit.
Okay. You probably just need to tell me what I need to...
Yeah,
do.
I will on the straight.
Okay.
It's gonna
Maybe
be
on
cold.
the way out of the pits.
Can be. Just don't click the release.
I mean... Could be fun, no?
Very. Right, so you will put new tires and select me as a driver and full tank, like 0.92 ratio, 100% energy.
Yeah,
And it should be
tires
saying
are...
new medium, it should say.
It says used.
Put to new.
Okay.
Cold tires, brake early, hypercar coming.
Yeah.
Guys, I will catch up with the chat. Just let us negotiate this outlap. The car balance over the Stint has been really nice to me. Just make sure you never brake into high-speed apex, always brake straight and then just gently through the apex, and then it's gonna be super stable. And good luck and enjoy. Right. Yeah, hypercar field is 11 Ferraris and 1 Toyota that rear ends myself or the cars around me into turn 1. Let's see the incident. Right. Oh, I missed a lot of messages, but much appreciated for them. He has been practicing hard, copy Logi. Yeah, like let's try to find now the incident. Dear replay. There we go. So, I started P9. Actually, let's start at the start. This was the dive on Whitehead, but he got the Ferrari traction. Should have yielded here, like I was stupid to carry this into it. I kind of expected maybe him to chicken out and go straight and then give the place back, but he's too good for that. Right, race start. I didn't see the IRL carnage. Dear OBS, okay. I mean, the start was really the most uneventful start, like the standards have been really nice. Like all good, just trying to feel if there is a gap or no gap. Also, what is this track lighting, like it's super bright? Okay, anyway, let's find our moment. There we go. Right, I'm closing in on P4 and P3 here. It's Huben and Gelhut ahead. The AMG starting to struggle with tires a little bit. And now through goes Toyota. And the Toyota suddenly... Like, but... Huben is the most unlucky sim racer in LMU. Like, he cannot get a break. Like, poor man, really. Like, every race something goes wrong for him. Yeah, I was like, at this point I was like, oh, nice switchback opportunity. I was still on a break. I was still there was nothing I could do. I didn't even go back on throttle. I was just braking. Okay, they're still sliding sideways. We go switch back, full rotation, leave the brake for extra rotation. Yeah, and then I realize on the brake trace that I'm not gonna make it. I thought I had a bit more fault in it even, but no, the Ferrari stopped. At this point it was seemingly I was about to make it, right? So why would I turn right? And then the moment that Ferrari stops completely in a moment, it's way too late for me to do anything. Either straight into him or try to make it, but so unfortunate. Yeah, nothing I could do. Nothing. Literally nothing. Like, with the information that I had, the only thing I could have done is to, like, increase the crash awareness and just increase the overall safety. But, you know, in esports or, like, in these races, like, this is the moment where it's make or break, so you see the gap, you go for it, but you never expect something so incredible to happen like this. Let's find the Toyota. This is just the Toyota thing. Sometimes it locks up the rear axle. A Ferrari as well, to be honest. So weird. Yeah, nothing you can do. And then the Ferrari comes. Okay, to be honest, what is he thinking? Like, what? That's not a breaking point. Look where he breaks. Like, that's way too quick. He was never gonna make the corner on his own. Maybe he was distracted by this moment and he just forgot to brake too early. I mean, could be bad brake bias, could be as well that he got the battery clipping, so he... Yeah, maybe he had 100% battery and then the rear just locked fully. Then my poor heavy Lexus, like from this POV it looks like I just drove into him, but from my POV I'm gonna... I should have gone the other way around anyway. From my POV, again, absolutely nothing I could have done. It is racing. Nice friendly nudge from Huben as well, but I wasn't gonna get that position anyway. I wouldn't trust anything that shows in the corner. I think this is just fully bugged. It doesn't work, the speedo. Yeah, it's full for because it's not transmitting the battery data. Even in cockpits, I don't think it really shows anything. I think it's just some... I think it's just some numbers. Some are correct, like lap 26, but others aren't. I wouldn't trust anything that's shown on the steering wheel anyway. Yeah. Okay. David doing a good job there in the lead still. That was close. Right, let's find Jesper. Yeah, they are all on the fuel saver, but Sven has done the extra lap already in the first stint, so he will have quite some pace in the end. Where is Jesper? Right, so yeah, again this is the worst place that we are gonna get this race, because we have changed the tires and took full tank, and effectively we will have the same amount of pit stops from now on as everyone else, but we can do full push or we can underfuel compared to others in one of the pit stops. So I would put us maybe P15-ish now, maybe here P11, but we will try to do something. Though again, 32 seconds, you know. 32 seconds of repair. It's quite a lot even for a 6-hour race at this level. Okay, let's put spectate. Where is it? Trying to put the overlay on. Why is it not showing? I would need to put it on this. I mean, I guess you guys prefer this camera anyway.
Yeah, I'm taking a very short break. Okay, it's wrong telemetry data. Dennis, what's the prognosis? It's very stable, but the damage has been done, right? The damage has been done by the Toyota that T-boned the GT3s. And by the Ferrari that forgot to brake. Spectate. Does it work now? Yeah. Wait, what? Why doesn't the... Like, the trace works for tiny pedal, but the energy doesn't work. Guess I can leave it like that. I mean, you see the energy anyway, the top left, so... It's fine. Maybe I can decrease the gain a bit to make it less bright. Because it was overcast at the start and I needed to keep the gain up. This is fairly nice for the viewing. Yeah, gotta love some hypercars indeed. Again, it's top split, 14 splits. This is top split. There is only 12 hypercars. And one of those 12 just had to lose the rear into this apex here, and the hypercar behind just had to forget to brake at the right point. What was the phrase? Disasters don't just happen, they're a chain of critical events. And again, I could have avoided it if I was just like doing a very leisure Saturday drive, but I was kind of trying to gain some places, you know. So I could never expect them to suddenly stop on track because of a chain reaction. Yeah, Dennis, I mean, still better than on Thursday when I binned it myself twice. Luckily, all that I needed was just a bit of talent check and ego check and reset my brain and do 2 or 3 clicks on the setup to just make it slightly more predictable. And it's all good now.
Like, what tires I'm on? Like, I don't really fully understand this.
You got Quali tire, and it's a single stint. We swap again after you are done with the stint. Yeah, the game cars are a bit slow indeed. They are a bit slow indeed, which is actually funny because more often than not or actually in all sims, normally the cars are just a little bit too quick or even way too quick. But here something happened with the tire update, so I believe... I mean, of course it's still, everything is still being reviewed and worked on, but then again, Studio 397 is quite small and they only have a limited amount of manpower. But I mean, we did 6.3 in Quali, like, that's possible, although that's really like top esports. Yeah, I wouldn't mind some extra grip either. Maybe we would need to double check with the apex speeds. But it seems to be a bit of a like decision between either making cars driftier again or keeping the slip angles under control and just making it quicker. Although, I mean, I guess if we just increase the overall tire grip, it wouldn't be too much of a problem. Much appreciated. Let's hope he doesn't go for it now.
Are you here?
Yes.
Did you hear my question?
What was the question?
Like, I don't understand the pace. Like, what tires am on?
I'm gonna answer. One moment. Did I answer Jesper before without holding the radio button? I'm gonna tell him on the straight. Your wife and you are making your first batch of wine. Well, that sounds nice. Is it gonna be... Oh, what's it called in English? Sweet or dry? That's gonna be a yellow cut. He boxed. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes.
Okay, so you're on the Quali tire, you're doing a single stint on them, like it was in the plan.
Okay, it's just really slow. I don't know why.
I will observe the lap times a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have the average yet, because we have boxed. Sweet with 20 to 13% alcohol. I mean, I will admit I don't really have much clue about alcoholic beverages, but it sounds like a cool thing. My wife's uncle was having a home brewery for some years. But well, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of alcohol myself. It's nice to have it sometimes. Yeah, Dennis, of course, like we are really pushing here like crazy. Much more practice. The setups are exported. There is no random piece of track that has a little bit of oil on it, or coolant, or some leaves from a tree that suddenly decreases the grip. So it's much more controlled, and we can be much more aggressive on setup and on driving. So yeah, we should be doing faster lap times, I guess. Yeah, I guess I forgot to press the button. Sometimes, like I remember once explaining something to the chat, but I by mistake kept pressing the radio button, so I was talking to Michi that time. But he was on track, so I was kind of bothering him a little bit. Took me a long time to realize that I was talking to him as well. Good evening, Mario. PG rated. I don't know, like it's not even that monetized. Like I never I think YouTube is trying to suggest me some kinds of monetization scheme, or like memberships and turning on ads, but for now I've been reluctant to do it. I need a bit more subscribers before I start demanding money for it, I would think. Anyway. Was I talking of something, but I forgot what was I talking about. Actually, I need just a quick break. I need a very quick snack, and then I'll be back. Jesper, if all is good, I am back in 10 minutes.
Okay, not understood, but okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but it's not looking good.
I don't know what he means, to be honest. Let me just check the lap time. That's an interesting place to overtake, but... Alright, I guess in that case it made sense to go around the outside. I think the lap times are fine. You will get quicker towards the end of the stint, but I don't see a problem.
Because I see them as a new tire, but I guess it's not.
It's a Quali tire.
Yes, so 4 laps old.
Yes,
So it's a new tire.
it's a new tire.
A new tire being 8/10 too slow.
Of course. You're not 8/10 off. I've been doing mid-8s at this point. And I give you like 2/10 on the tire, maybe 10.5 to 10 slower because of those 5 quali laps. So if you do 9.0, 8.9, that's acceptable. Anyway, be right back. Yeah, already hit cycle. I mean, I don't know how much of that LMU really simulates just the grip of very fresh rubber. I guess there is not really much in that anyway. But yeah, I wouldn't think the tire is that much of pace. As I said, 10.5 to 10s probably. Especially on the Lexus, and I didn't really push it hard in Quali. Either way, I'll be back shortly.
I hate noobs so much. It's funny, like, if you're a slow driver, you always go to the fast car to compensate for a small PP. That guy is straight to Division 2.
we're back. See, Jesper is doing solid average 9.1s, which is alright. Since this is actually his first ever new LMU GT3 tire performance. And it really takes a little bit of time for one to fully understand how these tires behave. Right. 9-10 laps to go. 37%, that's gonna be, yeah, 9 laps to go. Actually, 37, no, it's gonna be 10. Thank you, Texas. Right, so this is a lapped Aston, right? Yeah, we're racing against the Porsche. I'm actually really surprised that the Lambos are still doing this well in the lead. P1, P3. Well, maybe there is some strategy things going on, but yeah, I mean, Leiden got damaged as well. He was in the Huben car, and they got rear-ended by that spinning Toyota before I rear-ended the abruptly stopping Ferrari. And then who was the other guy? Ah, it was Sven. Where is Sven actually? Ah, it's Al Sapti, of course. Gelhut and Al Sapti are in the Lexus. I mean, we can roughly estimate, right? Because I would have overtaken Sven. Or like, I was behind Sven, but with, like, let's say 6% less virtual energy. 7%-ish. So that's like 3 seconds. So if I just kept copying their strategy from then onwards, we would be now 3 seconds behind them, assuming we had the same pace. And that would be roughly those 35 seconds that I estimated that we lost with an unfortunate crash that we couldn't do anything about with the repair. Although, no, wait. It's a bit more complicated because we had more... wait, we have 75 minus 33 is 42. So that's around 20 seconds extra gap. And that gap can be explained by that, well, but by a bit slower pace potentially overall, and by just different strategy. Of course, I kept the old tire. They went new tires on the left side, and then I had another close moment. Just about avoiding another disaster. But the cars behind, let's calculate that actually. 34%, 40%, that's around 15 to 20 second gap. So we will slot around our old friend Brambilla. I think we will end up around here after pit stops. Although, wait, they will probably not change the tire. They will only change one side, so we will lose 7 extra seconds. So yeah, I think we will be P10. I mean, you know, I said in Discord that I'm looking at top 5 today because it's gonna be crazy competition, but with that additional 32 seconds damage and so on, I don't know, I need to lower the finishing standards. As long as we finish in single digits, it's not gonna be bad. Opala. Nice Windows feature there. One moment. Okay. I need to hype up Jesper to send it. Send it for provisional P5. He's not looking for a move, or is he? No, not yet. Ooh, yeah, the snap. That would be a nice moment to send it here on the inside, but the rears. Roman, kako si lahko to konsistenten s časi? To pride z leti. Ne vem, kaj ne rečem. Tudi avto je fajn voziti, mislim, zelo konsistenten je avto, če si mečkan pod mejo. If I may use a little bit of Slovenian, although I realize that after speaking quite a bit English, I have problem finding the Slovenian words, especially when it comes to sim racing. I admire the Porsche drivers for sure. How they can make such a car work so well. Although on this new tire, it's really nice actually. Ja, vidim, Roman. Ja, sej 2.10 ni toliko slabo. Au. Right when we should have the chance to make the move. Keep it up. You will get the chance.
The Porsche is very quick in the turns and then...
Yeah.
It slowed me down a lot, but hard to get a run.
Well, I mean, it has some top speed. It's not that bad. Like, it felt like the Ferrari was worse. But maybe it's set up as well. Ah, so you took the 296. Yeah, actually, where is Ferrari Esports today? P23. Yeah, he just pitted. The last of the runners. Ah, he had damage. Well, but I don't get it, like... The Ferrari isn't that bad in the long run, is it? I mean, it's not one of the best in the long run, but it's not that bad of a car. But... okay. Whenever I see Whitehead in it, it's really quick in quali and then it just drops like stone. How are the gaps behind? So we will lose, what is it, 50 seconds for virtual energy. With tires it's a minute and a bit. At the drive-through, minute 20. We should have a little bit of clear space ahead after the box. You need a front engine except the Lambo. Well, you know, even the Lambo doesn't help me. I need a front engine. Maybe I would need 100 laps with the Lambo or 500 laps with the Lambo to learn it. But it felt like I'm a bit useless with it. I really appreciate how the Lexus drives. And the Ford is nice as well. I just never drove it on open setup. Actually, that's a lie. I drove it on open setup, but on old tire model. But this traffic, like... You know, I haven't complained about traffic for quite some time. But... currently Jesper is getting really unlucky with the traffic. He has a lot more pace, but every time he comes close, a hypercar slots right in between. And that's a... what's that? A lapped BMW, I guess.
3 laps, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm used to like traffic gives 25% of times, traffic takes 75% of times. That's the norm. And I kind of had to accept it. Maybe one day the luck will turn around, but you know, it's all a psychological phenomenon. Yeah, that Porsche traction. It's a Lexus, it's not BMW. Why am I mixing up BMWs and Lexus? Blue flag. Nice. Now the Porsche around the outside.
Okay. Could be worse. But again, Jesper was on the rear of the Porsche. I mean, of the GT3 Porsche. And stuff happened. That Porsche is quite consistent though. Solid performance. We lost, what did we lose, like, yeah, 5 seconds compared to Alasapti. Well, we should be gaining a little bit. He's on newer tire, but he's fuel saving a bit more. So 2 to go, and then I'm in. Oof, okay. PTSD from noses being stuck by others. Would have to be a bit of a dirty sand, right? But it doesn't really make sense now with a lap and a half to go. But what is Porsche really bad in? Like, Porsche is great on brakes, it's great on traction. It's good in corners. Lacks a bit of top speed. I don't know, like it's maybe it lacks a bit of downforce. Done, hello. Well, if we didn't get collected in a crash, it would be going better, but we're having some fun. Tire wear, the rear tire wear is quite tricky in the Porsche, yeah. But that's something that Porsche enjoyers get away with. Yeah, 32 seconds damage done. There was a Toyota that spun into turn 1 and rear-ended Huben and Gelhut, and then a Ferrari hypercar just had a skill issue. Brake too late, and then I got collected in the whole mess. Jesper should just have braked 3 meters later, it would be all fine. It always feels weird when the defending car lifts.
So what needs to be in the hut?
Yeah, so box, and we need do not repair, but you have no repairs anyway. Then we need myself in the car, and then we need new medium all around. And then we need 100% virtual energy, and we need 0.92 fuel ratio.
Okay, should be okay then.
Yeah, good move anyway. Box.
Just took 10 laps too long, but A.
Yeah. So again, we will emerge. Yeah, like P15, I think. Hopefully ahead of Juba. Some old RF2 names there. From Virtual Endurance Championship and such. Anyway, in we go. Well, it was
Right, there we go.
it was alright of a stint. I even had fun watching the car balance in your hands.
I mean, that's at least good. I do have a small thing I wanna admit.
Yeah.
Don't cut. Like, don't. If it's yellow, brake.
Jesper!
And it's like you need to brake.
Yeah.
Even though you think it's a
Yeah,
CO25,
Yeah,
it's still an issue.
I see, I see. I see.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm gonna give you the car probably after the drive-through, but let's see.
Okay.
I thought I have fixed the clutch bite point.
I had one that turned orange, and that was not pleasant.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well guys, back into the car. We cannot cut. But what's the chance of 3 hours, 20 minutes without a single cut? Might as well invest in a drive-through. It's like 20 seconds. I don't know how much time we will lose by always braking when it's yellow cut. Or by being ultra safe. I mean, I'm gonna do the esports thing and absolutely nail all the corners, push the car but not get any cuts, so it's gonna be all good. Probably not, but that's the plan. But P15 it is, and again, this is the worst we can get if we discount the drive-through. I saw him reversing already. I mean, I wish I could say that I've had worse in the past, but I did not have worse in the past. Right, chat, how many laps until the drive-through? I should open a poll. Or if you don't want to put it in laps, then tell me, is it gonna be me with drive-through or Jesper with drive-through?
and Jesper will take over from me in 2 stints of time. I'm a pro, yeah, I mean, I'm getting paid to sim race, so I might as well not get a single cut. 20 laps. Copy. I mean, it's a solid target. Usually 20 laps without a cut is quite alright. Well, yes, if you get the drive-through, it's still my fault, right? Yeah, Doc, it's much worse in ACC, right? You only get 3 there. And that's quite crazy. And you cannot lift out of them. Looking forward to the several doses of adrenaline when I'm gonna get a green cut and I'm gonna keep flooring it. And then the green cut will turn off and it will be not a cut point and it's gonna be all fine. .0, that's not bad. Melich, Lexus is very competitive. I mean, it's competitive enough. It's a bit off in quali, but in the race it's fine. And perhaps I mean, if Sven and Kani are nailing the race till the end, I would say they will be P2 or P1 with the Lexus. They are the leading Lexus at the moment. And we were right on their rears before the hypercar killed us. Actually, that's the leader ahead of us. But he's on low fuel and worn tires. Punt to show dominance. Well, punt to make bigger glory for Lexus, that's currently in P2. .7, let's go. And now we need to unlap ourselves. Copy, Jakob. Well, I guess he's gonna lift. Thank you for the air push. Oh yes, Arda, I'm sure. Would be nice if the game suddenly added a lap to my lap count as well. That would be quite something.
I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Okay,
Don't cut.
I won't. Yeah, it was very unlucky, Arda, indeed. Like, usually I say, well, if I did that and that and that, or if I was marginally more safe, I would be fine. But this time, I believe I would just, like, it would have to be completely different racing philosophy. Way more relaxed, way more for fun, and just, I don't know. Or maybe if I was leading by 20 seconds, I would see crash and lift out of it way more, but given the position I was in, it was just bad luck. He won't die me, right? So the guy had... that's the Ford of Erwin. 7%, yeah, he will box this lap. Unless he's lift and coasting massively. He's still on 7%. Maybe he has just enough. A very important question. What is it? I got used to it, Frane. I hope Jesper is not listening. Sorry. I learned that from Max Verstappen. I never raced like that. But this is the standard of FIA nowadays, so I need to drive like that. Otherwise I'm gonna be left out. Wish there were rules that, like in the old days of sim racing, if you are side by side at the apex, you need to always leave the space to the car on the outside. But FIA is going different way. Anyway, Frane, I've been teammates with Jesper since 2020. So I did think of the Balkan thing that you are talking about, but I don't really think of it anymore. It was a very small giggle. It's a bit annoying to see all these messages, right? I don't know why they opted to show them to the driver. It's super annoying actually. And completely useless. Should be visible to engineers. But not to the drivers. Because then you just keep watching at the messages. Jesper is in the chat. Well, it's something worse for Balkan standards, but maybe it's not really that bad in the Western Europe. I don't know. I mean, the name Peter, like we use it with T. My brother is actually Peter. So I understand that in Danish it's D instead of T. So I'd rather focus on that. But indeed, if you swap T for D in some Balkan languages, you get an interesting word. First mouth of wine transferred. I don't even know how to spell mouth. I even failed to spell first when I was trying to spell mouth. M? I don't know. Is the T silent? Michi with a sand. You know what? He deserves a little bit of a kill button. So provisional P5. But from this point onwards we have well, not a splash even. We have quite a substantial shortened pit stop to make. And then if Jesper decides to have another cut, we will go from 4.75 to 0 and through the pit lane. Chat HUD off. Yeah, I might have to do it. Although in RF2 I always liked to see it because important messages were shown through there when some people disconnected or like... Yeah, I mean, I guess things are now put in a different place anyway. Like back in the days the chat, the server chat was combined also with like headlights on off, speed limiter on off, engine brake map on off. It was all in the same message center. But now it's split. So I might as well turn that off. So thank you for the idea. Yeah, Frane, you've got a point. But I do normally drive in kind of reasonable splits. where not that much drama happens in the chat. Thank you. Right, so we are kind of halfway through the first stint of the Jesper's zero cut challenge that he gave me. Looking safe and stable. The tire wear will start kicking in at some point. I don't want to see that 4.75 anymore. I wish there was a way to like repair the cuts kind of in the pit stop. So let's say you spend like 2 seconds repairing one cut point. I would invest in that in the pit stop. That's a good idea. In certain Bessiers, copy. Yeah, would have it, yeah. I mean, a drive-through is like 20 seconds. But I guess then the idea is either you risk it and get double the cost of it if you actually get another cut, or just in case repair it and then accept the damage already but make it half of what it would be. That would add a bit of strategy, maybe. Especially in the longer races. With strict cuts. Hey Kyle. Introduce bribe. Copy. We can do that. You don't need to introduce it. I don't mean that Studio 397 stuff is bribable. That's completely other way of what I was trying to make fun of. But you know, come up with 50 million investment for the studio and tell them I invest this, but turn off the track cuts forever. Probably they accept it. What is going on in my brain? That's the way I keep the focus to avoid getting the extra cut, right? Forgive me for that. Pace is fine at least. identify myself as a drive-through. Nah. I mean, I do have like 35 more laps to do it. I mean, I do know that maybe some people are making fun of my surname because it's possible to put a wrong accent on it and then remove the chich and you get something weird. Nice understeer. But it's Simončić, so it doesn't work anymore with that accent. Raining here in Montreal. Yeah, I mean, rainy days are always nice for sim racing. Unless it's a big storm that takes out some electricity. Hasn't happened here in Ljubljana before though, because it's the electricity system is reasonable. Lazarus, hello. It's going alright. It could be better. If we didn't get crashed out, if we didn't get the 32 second damage, and then if Jesper didn't put 4.75 cuts on the car, we would be in there to battle for top 5, like I anticipated. But we would be always on alternate strategy, so we would never know what's gonna happen until the last pit stop. But now with all the time lost, and after getting stuck in a behind slower cars for some time, I guess we overall lost like 45 seconds. Is Ljubljana too western, too northern, not Balkan enough? I mean, I like it kind of, although there are very Balkan parts of Ljubljana. And to be honest, if you look outside of my sim room window, you might as well be in the middle of some, I don't know, yeah, in the middle of some eastern capital. Maybe in a slightly nicer Russian block neighborhood that actually has roads, even though we are full of patches and holes. But it's not too bad of a place. You know what's not Western? In front of the block, we actually have our own parking places. Like we actually, the community of residents of the block actually own the parking spots. And if it was more Western, they would come for us, take it away, and then we would pay for the parking. They're kind of trying to do it anyway with some more remote parts, more than 5 meters away from the block. The Mestna Općina Ljubljana trying to come for us and take away the green parts, of course, but well, just the Western things. I mean, in the East they just come and take it and it's not yours anymore, or they just don't care about it and it's yours or whoever's. Yeah, I can park 10 cars in if I want. Well, at some point the neighbors will complain, of course. But I could do it if I wanted. Michi with another dive. Hi, Michi.
Michi is busy today.
Always. I mean, there was a gap, you know. Oh, Frana, yeah. I can understand the risks there. To be honest, in all 8 years that I've been living here, there was only one problem. The side, like the mirror, was smashed one day. Like fully smashed. And it makes no sense because, like, it would need to be like a proper hit with something on the mirror. It would need to be a retaliation for something, or like, I don't even know. Because it's nowadays the 20-year-old Hyundai Accent. I couldn't even get the spare part because it's the highest. It's Accent GLS that has heated mirrors. Would you imagine? That's just not available anywhere. So I had to buy the non-heated mirror. Take the plastic off with a knife. Take some glue and glue it on right onto the shattered piece of glass behind. That's still Balkan enough, right? No, it was perfectly parked in the designated spot where we always park. But you know, it could always be some resident of the block that just so happened to make a mistake of smashing something against the mirror and just being way too distracted to notice it. And just going by, or like not wanting to take responsibility and extra time needed to message me and pay me. But then again, it was €10 fix. Oh dear, Jesper. And now he's gonna dive, right? No, too far behind. It's just unbelievable. Right, go through, thank you. I was just waiting for the second hypercar to also go for the gap. Two or three more laps and I'm gonna exceed my 20 lap target for not getting the drive-thru. Yeah, Arda, it's crazy, like we only have 12 hypercars and it's top split and they are still special. Quite confusing. Fran, I was already fuming at him for diving me, but then he didn't dive me, so all good. Special hyper toilets. Again, I would understand if it was a sprint race. But if you drive like that aggressively for 6 hours, then at some point you will have a problem. But I mean, I shouldn't blame people that much. It's not that easy to get the proper feeling of multi-class. And then in times of doubt, it's of course indeed easier to just send it and hope for the best. Well, Arda, what do you mean? Like, if I turn more, I'm not gonna get any rotation. You say I'm leaving time on the table by not turning enough. I'm cooking front left, really? It's not really that cooked. I mean, I have more wear and temp on the rear left. Well, you know what? I spun twice on Thursday, so we did go a bit easier on the car with the balance. Also for Jesper, and it was very similar setup for Traction GG stream yesterday. And we really wanted to keep the car stable. But I don't have the need for extra rotation, like I can always induce a bit of a rear snap, but I guess I am leaving a little bit of time on the table by taking slightly more balanced clicks. But again, this is not esports, it's just a fun driver swap race, right? So yeah, you see? Rotation. And if I went more aggressive, I would spin out. Honey had a little spin, I see, yeah. Ah yeah, he's only 37 ahead. It was more than that. It's a tricky car. Top esports people are spinning with it. Yeah, we did need a little bit of a baby setup, but I was very happy to make more of a baby setup. So all good. Very light rear end. I mean, some other cars feel lighter. To me, the Lexus is just very well balanced all around. The front doesn't go unreasonably quick into the corner. You can kind of floor it and still make the exit flat out. Sometimes. It's just this high-speed turning problem that if you're on the brake and turning at the same time, the tires just won't take it. Box, box, box. So I'm in the car, full tank. I will change the tires on the left side. Dan, you don't want to know. I will show it. Courtesy of Jesper. A very friendly gift. But it's fine. I'm comfortable on track. I can push it. Box, box, box. Yeah, the orange cuts are quite crazy sometimes. I mean, I would
accept if it was same for all the cars, but again, even on the full track limits, the Lexus gets a cut even if you're not fully outside the white lines, so it's not consistent. So it's a bit tricky then, but yeah. Most corners are really generous here on default, but like last corner on the right side, on the entry, you're still on the white line on the Lexus and it's already a yellow cut. It's quite random indeed. And then sometimes you lose half a second and keep lifting and it's still orange or yellow, like it's super weird. Right, so new tires on the left that are cold, but hot tires on the right side, so it's gonna be a bit funny on one lap. But this is a P10. And I don't think it's gonna get worse than P10 until we get the drive-through for the last allowed cut. Or, well, we are on the last allowed cut. But quite a bit of a gap behind anyway, so... PC upgrade for better cuts, right? Maybe better CPU. Do you get more cuts or less cuts with a better CPU? If it calculates them faster, I don't know. I mean, overall I just hope that the whole UI and replay mode and everything gets properly updated because it's so messy now. Hopefully stuff is being worked on. Well, Fran, I lived in Ljubljana, but now I live in Ljubljana. I moved 1 kilometer away. And that's a bit of a Balkan thing as well, right? Although usually if you, if you live in capital, then there is great chance you will not move out of the capital, kind of. It's a nice city. It's for sure a nice city. I don't have complaints over it. A lot of trees, a lot of greenery. It's still Balkanish in many parts, but well, that's how it is, you know. And of course, corruption and stuff like that is ever present, even in the most developed countries, just in different shapes or forms. Yeah, the understeer now in the left side corners, of course, because the right side tires are worse. Yeah, I mean Slovenia. So basically, Slovenia is giving Slovenians problems
because people from other countries search around for beautiful tourist attractions or beautiful countries around and then travel there, and it's wow, how beautiful this country is. I cannot really go anywhere, like wherever I go it's gonna be same beautiful or less beautiful or differently beautiful, but it's quite difficult to beat some views that you get in certain points or parts of Slovenia. I really quite like it here. Oh, vignette. Oh yes. Although Austria has vignettes as well. But we will all be sooner or later upgrading to more thorough digital, how to say, the system will follow you and record your every single kilometer, so you will be able to pay more fairly, and of course at the same time the system will know exactly where you were at any point in time if you were in the car on the road. For the better or for the worse. That was a nicely done overtake around the outside. None of us lost time there. Germany is actually really interesting. Like, I just assumed that all the countries have some ways of paying for using the highways, so I was quite like, I thought I was doing something wrong when I was searching for the cost or the fees of the Autobahn. Then you realized, well, it's free. So I went. Very graciously and for free, reaching 200 kph with 1.2 82 horsepower engine. Michi with the dive again. Hi Michi. But oh well.
Wreck him next time.
Yeah, it's a well-oiled dive bomb mechanism. We've been dive bombing each other for almost a decade, so it's gonna stay green. It is green. Still on 4.75. Not a heart attack at all. Fully confident that it's green. No panic. Oof. Time for some Lexus on Lexus action. Michi took the lead, nice. Why did that not stop? I thought I was quite early on brakes. He's not really slow ahead. Alright. I guess it was for fuel saving. Yep. CO, maybe you're seeing the TC, like I'm displaying with tiny pedal overlay the trace, the filtered trace. So you have available raw trace, which is exactly what you do with the pedal, with the throttle pedal, and then you have the filtered trace, which shows what the actual engine is receiving. So actually you see more or less what the traction control is doing. So it gives you a little bit of insight. If you see just like a solid straight line at like 80%, it means that, I believe it means that it's the slip TC activating, and if it's like zigzag or like sawtooth, then it's the longitudinal TC or like the main TC that's being activated. Like here now, it was a bit of smooth and then a bit of zigzag. So at the start it was a bit of slip TC and then a bit of longitudinal TC. So I thought that's a good idea to display, just to get a bit more insight in what's happening for myself as well. Because I admit I don't fully understand the TC settings yet. But of course then sometimes it's difficult to differentiate between my own lift and what the game is doing. Although like the physical lift is usually not perfectly straight. Not a cut, okay. I was expecting a warning message. Namesy, that is true. And I don't know what's better and what's worse. I wanted to display both, but it doesn't work. Maybe I would need to request the feature. Yeah, TC trace is a bit messy. Classic input bars. I mean, I prefer to see the trace, because sometimes I actually look at it and learn from it. I like try to assign what I'm seeing with what I felt. So I wouldn't just want to see the bar, but I actually want to see the trace.
I mean, I realized that my layout is, I mean, it's rather minimalistic, but it's still not fully optimized, or like, it could look better, everything, but for now I deem everything to be just like good enough, and then at some later point things will get improved. That's the plan, at least. Time to overtake one of our dear early subscribers. Thank you. I even left sporting amount of space, or more than sporting amount. Hello, Pedro. Yeah, it was quite unlucky indeed. It was a bit of a surprise when he cut over my racing line. Jesper, 14 laps and a half, so half an hour-ish for you.
Do I have to?
I mean, you set up a nice, enjoyable ride with avoidance of drive-through, so I will let you enjoy the ride till the end.
I had hoped I would get 5 points and new points.
Well, Pedro, I will not, but I mean, Jesper won't either, right? Net position, it's hard to say, you know, the people that are pitting now have this and another full pit stop to make. And we have one full pit stop and one partial pit stop to make. So it's kind of not easy to say, but well, due to the accident before, we got crashed out. I think, I don't know, between P6 and P9, effectively. And then if you add a potential drive-through, maybe one position worse or two. Jord, it's Veers. Long time no see. Today, well, sometimes I play some chess, but I have zero clue how to play it really. Dangerous question. What do I have even installed? I have installed SimCity 4 on Steam, and I have installed Age of Empires 2 and 3, I think, but I never played 3. I played that. What do I have installed even? Golf with Your Friends. Haven't played for way too long, that was a fun game. That's about it. And then I have everything you can think of when it comes to sim racing. But I mean, I don't really have how to put it even. I mean, yeah, I do have a kid, so that means less time, of course, so I prefer to spend time in other way, not looking at the screen. And also, if I click the mouse too much, then the wrist pain returns. As the wrist is quite loaded when sim racing. I mean, actually with like stretches and exercises that I got from my friend physiotherapist, it's a lot better now. But yeah, if like I scroll and click and have hand on the mouse for a long time, then next day I will have pain in the wrist. So I need to be careful with that. As I upshift into 6th gear without slipstream for the first time in the whole race. Interesting how brain behaves. Oh, that's Michi. Michi's coming. Okay. He was gonna find a gap, even if I closed it. I forgot to flash him. My bad.
He would make a gap if needed.
I mean, I'm thinking what I have played before sim racing. When I was a very little kid, I played IndyCar Racing 2, which was already kind of sim racing. I played Wacky Wheels, which is not really sim racing, but it's still racing. Well, I mentioned SimCity 4 already, I played that quite a bit. And I played... What did I even play? Oh, I have that F22 fighter, like some old game with some flight missions and stuff. But then I got F1 Challenge 99 to 02, and then life was over. Sim racing it was. You know, lap times won't improve themselves. I played Need for Speed Underground 2 and Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2, 3, 4, I don't know. I played Most Wanted, of course. I played Most Wanted, but not at home. I played it when I was on holidays at relatives in the summer. And then I tried to play it at home some years later, but I was too deep into Sims already, so I couldn't stand the handling anymore. And last but not least, I played Pokemon Crystal on the PC emulator. Names way too much. Way too old. Still over a decade less than Alonso, so a lot of time to go. But I think Pokemon Crystal is still like it's the first like the first batch of Pokemon. Before they started adding crazy stuff. Jesper, no drive-through. Yeah, thank you, Namesy. Some say that it starts with 3, my age. but I don't feel like that. Although this chair does give me a back pain like I'm 30 plus for sure. Because I have it reclined too much to the rear for a bit more of a formal position. So too much pressure is then on the back, so at some point I need to change it. Already, like I already changed it once, as it was reclined way too much. But it's still not optimal. But I really like the geometry that I currently have, the sitting position, so not fully sure. But guys, you see like completely random interjection. These GT3s are so easy to drive that I can just do normal lines, normal apexes, everything is fine while just talking about random stuff. Like with a solid setup and some practice, you go on autopilot, you miss a gear, you go into ABS, you miss the apex, copy. But let's say I didn't miss the apex. It's if you don't overdrive, it's really like consistent and easy to be within the limits of grip in the operating window of slip angles and stuff like that. It's really pleasant. Jesper will not agree, but I really like the car and the tire. As much as one can like a GT3 with severely restricted engine power and aero to make it LMGT3. I would take non-ABS car any time of day. And today I would wish I would feel the front tires working a lot more as well with 30 plus. But that doesn't necessarily seem to be happening. Jesper, 7 laps and a half.
I'm not joining.
Copy. I mean, if you don't join, then I will have to drive the last stint and a half, you know?
Yeah. Then I can play CS. It's fine.
Does it have better physics than LMU?
Yes, it does.
Do you have cars in CS? I mean, I'm pressing the push to talk button to Jesper, which is making him hear me 2 times, which is worse than 1 time. No cars, unfortunately. Copy. What were those games that you had cars? Was it Fortnite or something else? That you got dropped into the map and you could drive around on cars? I mean, probably it's many games that allow for that. Battlefield, I mean, yeah, okay, I guess it's a whole branch of games that I have never played. Oh, you know what I have not mentioned? I played Worms World Party a lot. Jesper, we are LMU enjoyers here. Or at least, I don't know how much I pretend to be enjoying or how much I'm forcing myself to enjoy, but I believe that I am actually enjoying it. Even though I might be suffering now and then. But one day, hypercars will come. I will have the downforce. I will not need to mess with ABS. I will optimize the aero platform. And it's gonna be glorious. And I'll let these esport hot lappers sweat the GT freeze. And I'll dive bomb them into every braking zone from 300 meters. It will be nice. Yeah, hopefully it will be a dream, but we all know how tire model development goes. There is still a satisfactory tire model yet to be made. Some teams have produced a couple of cars that have actually been really good and realistic to drive in some conditions. But I feel like most of them are in R Factor 2, some of them are in Assetto Corsa, and to me none of them are in ACC. And I've not tested all the iRacing cars, so I cannot comment, but maybe there is a couple of that are really good. And the Mazda MX-5 in iRacing was pretty decent, but I never went to the esports depths to find out all the frustration. I have BeamNG on my to-do list. I want to kind of... I don't know if there's ever gonna be any time for it, but eventually there should be. I saw they are kind of working on some better tire model and so on. So that's for sure something fun to do in a couple of years, maybe. LFS, oh yes. I am maybe slightly sad that I never was there, like I never had the chance to really try hard LFS, but I heard a lot of good things about it. I tried it a bit, and it was fun, but I never really played it. Valtteri Bottas, oh, I do remember that, seeing some screenshots. France, oh yes. I mean, we have Stoffel van Doren in Formula Sim Racing when I started, and I was like, ooh, that's a real live racing guy. And then 2 years later he was in Formula 1, and I was like, wow, I raced in a league where one F1 driver raced. What an achievement. And then suddenly I found myself surrounded by Norris's, Verstappen's and Alonso's around Le Mans Virtual, and that was surreal. That's a missed apex, but no cut. Still on 4.75. 4 laps to go, otherwise it's gonna be Jesper's honor. You saw that rear rotation, that would be perfect slip for R Factor 2, but somehow something in this tire model works perfectly well to make sure that that very little snap does not gain you time. That's something that I really appreciate with this tire model. Even if the feeling of the front is a bit worse and in some conditions the tires are wonky and just don't offer enough grip, some things really work well. Yeah, I mean, I would have never played iRacing if I didn't get a free... it's not free copy of it, but free... what was it? Free license for 3 months, I think, when I played... when I bought the Place It Challenge back in 2017. So then I drove some... well, whatever it was available without buying extra content. But then esports happened and I had to buy content for esports reasons, so... Last 3 laps for me, unless Jesper decides to not join, and then I need to enjoy extra stint and a half. Hey Jake. Yeah, I can imagine. But I think you're enjoying iRacing nowadays, right? It's not that bad? Well, Luis, I don't know. Ask Jesper. You've got used to it, alright. I couldn't go from the stage where I was suffering to the stage where I'm just used to it. At some points it was fun, at some points it was alright. But overall it was a bitter aftertaste. Ah yeah, it's the Indy 6 hours, right? In iRacing. How did it go? Jesper, not an oval enjoyer. I like some ovals, but I never got to really try them out. The races in oval that we had in RF2 were always fun, but nobody ever has a clue how to actually do oval racing in RF2, so it's yellow flag every 3 laps. Or if it isn't, then it's just mayhem, but that's good fun as well. Oh, that's a big batch of hypercars. Well, Jesper, how is the situation? Box this lap? Swap?
I'm here.
Here and willing to drive till the end?
I mean, I can. It's up to you what you want.
Well, it's always good to follow a plan, and we have a plan.
I can quick to change it.
I mean, I'm physically able and mentally I'm able to go on if you really have issues so that you cannot drive, but...
No, I can. It's just shit.
You can or you will?
Both.
There we go. Driver selected, full tank, new tires.
If the tires are not fast, I'm gonna park it.
You will give them a couple of laps, right?
Yeah, of course.
And here we go. Into the pits.
So what's the plan, to cut or not to cut?
Well, a drive-through is like 20 seconds, so if you think you will lose 20 seconds by braking and not cutting, then, you know. But I didn't have any issue getting cuts, and I think I had good pace, so you just try to do your best, try not to cut, and see what happens.
I'll lose 20 seconds in different ways.
Well, then let's not lose extra 20. Anyway, I'm gonna check the strat to tell you what fuel you need for the end.
Alright.
Okay, so it's 1:26 to go. Okay, strategy calculated. Right, so we are P8. We are P8 and we might have a chance at P7. But even if we get a drive-through, I don't think it really changes much. Joao, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Sometimes, like, I've seen Jesper very happy to drive. But I also seen Jesper, like, in a state where he just... Or like, I don't know. Like, we all tried and he tried not to even think of the will to drive or not to drive, so he just drove and then it was fine. But yeah, sometimes we've seen Jesper just absolutely not wanting to drive, but to be honest, he wants to drive, so he's driving, so all is good. Ed, hello. Which hyper is a pleasure to drive? So I'm generally allergic to Ferraris as well. Nowadays I am allergic to Peugeot as well because of Bob, even though it's kind of nice to drive. I like how the BMW handles. I kind of like the Cadillac on a fixed setup, but on open setup, I don't know. Let's see how the BOP happens to be. Like, we will have VMS Pro Season 3 happening very soon. Next week is round 1. And then we will see the Bob. You know, I really enjoy the the Valkyrie. It's really decent, but it's a bit of a struggle in low speed. Although, you know, oh, that's a nice dive. We will get to play CSGO later, don't worry.
He's hypercar wankest.
Jesper is actually not mad on RF2. Like, RF2 has been kind of alright to him. Right, so what I was trying to say, the BMW is supposedly maybe a bit off pace on average, but the Valkyrie is quite slow around slower tracks with more corners, but it's really good on top speed tracks. So I don't know, it's about BOP as well, right? The Porsche is actually quite nice to drive, although in high speed corners it struggles a bit, I think, with both downforce and stability. But you know, for COTA, I think if I have seen the correct lap times, like in the Go Setups hot lap list, the Porsche has actually been a really good pick for this track, together with Ferrari and Toyota. And then BMW was like 8/10 off, and Cadillac was... Wait, Cadillac was alright as well, I think, but maybe not... Maybe a bit off, but not much off. Jake, it was pretty much Ferrari Cup in GTP because of the rain. Ah, okay, I see. Ah, interesting. Why is every sim a Ferrari Cup? How much have they paid? Unbelievable. Right, so NFD, we are still... we cannot see the cuts now, yeah. Only the driver can see the cuts. Hopefully the engineering is turned off sooner rather... turned on sooner rather than later, so we can actually see and can engineer.
yeah, Jake, it's still a iRacing problem, right? With how the hybrid works, right? Or is it just because the Ferrari has front, like because it's LMH, it has front motors, so it has good traction? Probably it's just that. You don't have the Toyota and Peugeot, right? In iRacing, you just have the Acura, the Caddy, the BMW and the Ferrari. And the Ferrari deploys instantly, okay. So is it really like four-wheel drive all the time? That's insane. I mean, then that's unboppable, you know? It's an integral part of bop in real life. At what exact kph you start deploying the front axle, through the front axle, and that's been set to 190. Otherwise it's impossible to bop the cars. I mean, you can do track by track bop, of course, but you have quite unequal cars if... Hybrid update, they finally gonna do it. That's good to hear. Oh, Jake, I have... No, I will text you on Discord, maybe. I know something that you know, but I'm not sure if you know that I know. But I'll ask later. Come on, Jesper, let's meet 8. That's a solid pace. And he was on a messy lap, so... He's enjoying the car. Man, that's some fast tires, I see. GT3 Hyperpole, yeah, I'm gonna check the highlights later, to be honest. Track is greasy. Sounds exciting. So, wait, 50% more, that's like, we have 20-second advantage. So
yeah, around a second too slow. But they are around. And black,
no, but nobody's doing 7s, nobody. Jesper always goes for this early exit out of that hairpin. It's pretty interesting to see. I go very deep into it and rotate after the curb, but Jesper does the other way around and somehow makes it work. Is that a drive-through? A cut avoided? Okay. Yeah, he was in the limit of track limit there. And we are still on 4.75 cuts, so
one smallest cut and we are dead. Unless Jesper smashes on the brake and stops on track. But then we might be dead because somebody smashes us from behind. Yeah, cold track or slippery track and slicks are a great combination for sure. We kind of have a bit of a simulation of that at Le Mans this week at Wake Experience Race in Gold, because Quali track temp is 0, like 2 degrees or something. It's frozen. So it's kind of sketchy. So I think P6 is out of reach if he doesn't mess up. P7, we will come close to P7 potentially. And no real big pressure from behind. The wheel looks good. Well, thank you, Dreamon. It's quite a nice one. It was a really, really good part of prize pool for sure. Which run is best? So it depends on the car and on the track and on the conditions. So with the Lexus, typically I think it's lap 4 and lap 5. But I don't know, like Quali is really weird in LMU. I don't know how to put it, but some other cars can actually do crazy quick lap times. Not just cars, but drivers. In lap 3 and... So I'm always like a lap or 2 late, or I need a lap or 2 extra to warm up the tires, and it's a bit confusing. I don't fully understand why. Although, I mean, on Thursday we had the WEC online championship, and I did get the pole position there. So, but I don't think anybody was really prepared in esports way. But there were some really fast drivers that I out-qualified. So at least one good experience with that, but it was lap 5 when I finally put the lap together. So it takes quite a while. And then, let's say you have cold Imola or cold Interlagos. You need 10 laps, like you just keep driving, and the more you drive, the faster you go, because it's just so slow, the tire warm-up. Let me see if I can find widget trailing, show raw throttle, apply. Let me know if you prefer this trace. If what is throttle? We lost the throttle pedal.
I got calculation I had to lift.
Ooh. Copy. Trailing. It's not showing the raw throttle. It's all apply. No. Show throttle. It doesn't want to show raw throttle. Interesting. So I don't even have a chance or a choice. Yeah, I mean, I'm still very unused to GT3s as well. I spent... Well, what was the first time I actually drove something that wasn't F1?
Well, thinking of what I drove since I got my first steering wheel in 2007, I drove F1 Challenge, which only had F1 cars. Okay, I tried some funky mods, but I never really raced them. Same with R Factor. I only competitively raced F1 cars, but I did try everything else that was there in RF1, which was kind of fun. And then in RF2 I was doing just Formula Sim Racing WC most of the time. So that was F1 simulation. And then suddenly, I think 2017 potentially, I was put into the hypercars in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Hypercars, what am I talking? LMP1, it was LMP1 category still. And the GTEs. And then I realized I can drive other things as well, so... But I'm still not used to ABS, like... In RF2, ABS was just a nice driving aid. It was perfectly perfectly... nice red Ferrari. It was perfectly efficient. Whatever you did on brake pedal, the ABS would just happily let you rotate. It didn't restrict the rotation. So I never learned how to use it. Like you have to do it in ACC and iRacing. Well, in ACC maybe less so, because it's quite abusive on ABS, but iRacing is very, very important not to go deep into it. So I'm still learning. And I keep telling that every month, one time. And I think I'm keeping getting better at it. But it just takes so much time to get used to it.
I guess this is his second stint on those tires, right?
Probably not. But he's fuel saving. He's doing 2 laps less, I think. 2 laps more.
I'm cut saving because some idiot took so many cuts.
Oh dear. Wonder who was it?
Starting with J. You decide.
It's a bit messy, like this. The hypercar is messy as well. But it's a bit messy how this. As a hypercar, you need to find safe way around the driver. You don't just abuse him. What a guy! Like one little moment, and we would be sideways crashing into him and both into the barrier. Unbelievable. Yeah, I was saying that it's a bit messy, that this like clips across the mirror. It's a bit... Meh. Avoid the cut. Must have been a green one, because it was if it was a yellow one, Jesper would be now fully on brakes.
How can these guys be Division 1?
It's a very, very good question.
It was like VC last year. Like braking earlier than me? Holy shit, man.
I mean, they have to brake earlier because they have no ABS, bad brakes.
Yeah, but... It's embarrassing.
I know. They don't. But it's the standard because you get away with it. And it was a rather clean overtake anyway. Does LMP1 feel similar to F1? So I would differentiate it from GT3s in a way because if you have a high-powered, high downforce car, then you just naturally drive it differently. It's much less about making the tires move around because the tires are just squashed into the ground. You just need to make a nice smooth line to maximize downforce and be precise and just feel the car rotating nicely on the entry. And then because of extra power you need to modulate the throttle for quite a substantial time on the exit while still using the throttle kind of to rotate. And then you have... yeah, that kind of still works like that for LMP1s and even for hypercars to some degree. But then, as soon as you have GTs, you don't have much power, you don't have much downforce, and suddenly you need to work with the tire that is moving around on the track. And I don't really like that. And I believe the sims generally better simulate high downforce cars because the tire is more difficult to be simulated and the downforce kind of covers the imperfections of the tire model. So like in RF2, in tracks with many hairpins, the GT3s, even the GT3s and GTEs where... is that a cut? That's a cut. Brake, 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 brake. Brake, brake. Got away with it.
Yes, somehow.
If you just joined, we are on the last cut, so one cut and we are drive-through. So what I wanted to say, like around Nordschleife, it was really great to push the GTs around. It was so good because it's mostly medium to high speed or like opened up corners and it was really good. But then you had the likes of, I don't know, like just the normal GP Nürburgring track or what did we race? Like things like Spa Turn 1, you know? Or these kind of Mickey Mouse tracks like, I don't know, Lime Rock we raced and we raced... I mean, okay, Lime Rock, we raced the chicane version, so it was really terrible. And in the slow corners, you really have to use the tires to like use the slip angle to just drift around, straight line the exit, use like really lean onto the tire, feel its deformation, use the way that it moves around, and it's just a different skill set. And it's even worse than in touring cars, especially front wheel drive cars. The way that you have to drive it, it's just unnatural. That's what I like about the Lexus. It kind of feels more like I said, like a baby LMP3 or LMP4. It just reminds me of kind of like prototype balance. Although, you know, LMP1s, like in low speed they are much heavier than F1, so you still have like this very lazy behavior. So yeah, generally I just prefer how all the sims behave in high speed. Except ACC. I don't like how ACC behaves anywhere.
I just cannot feel it. But like hypercars in iRacing, they're actually really good. I mean GTP, like it's... I had to do some like quick... how can I call it? Like I didn't compete in that IMSA series or like the big esports, but because Rafa Racing Club is involved with IMSA, then the traction guys were also organizing something, and we are all kind of in the same group. So they asked me to do a couple of laps, like a lap for like a lap guide, and then, you know, asking non-iRacing pro to make a guide with on an iRacing track, and it's iRacing Sebring, which is quite different compared to the newer scan of LMU Sebring. But it was super natural. Like I just pushed around. Within 2 hours I reached really good lap times on a decent setup that they provided. Of course it was still like half a second of pace, but I very quickly came within half a second of like pro pace. But the last 2 tenths impossible. I would need a year. Or 2. I need to tell Jesper the strategy to put into the MFD. What did I calculate before? 62. Well, the iRacing Sebring is quite weird in a way. Like, you have this super weird last corner exit, which used to be grass in iRacing. Like, in real life and in RF2 and LMU you have a kind of like an... It's a wall, but there is a tire wall as well, and it's kind of a bit opened up. But in iRacing you had grass, and then they removed the grass, but there is still like this huge bump that you drive across, and it's really odd. And then the pit lane is just differently shaped. It kind of curves to right, so you need a very different line there, and turn 1 feels very different as well. But yeah, the curbs are flat, although, you know, our iRacing never really had 3D curbs, right? They were always flat. But even now that they are implementing 3D curbs, it still feels kind of flat, because the cars in iRacing can take these vertical deformations very easily. Wet quali for hypercars, that's gonna be a fun watch later. So the guys ahead are now on their final pit stops. On the back straight I will let you know what to input for the strategy. Getting a bit darker now. Light clouds. Well, that's a very big cloud if it's light cloud. Feels decently overcast. Yeah, it is 6 PM, but the sunset is relatively late here.
we are not driving into sunset here, I believe. Oof. 62% virtual energy, no tire change. Keep 0.92 fuel ratio and yourself. But alright, at 6 PM you don't need a big cloud to cover a lot of the sun. So that's fair enough.
Keep fucking up last turn, but whatever. Well, your last 5 laps average is within the esport specs, just about, so all good. This should be better.
Well, we have a couple of VC rounds upcoming, where it's gonna be better. And if there are hypercars spinning backwards into GT3s in VEC, then they will be demoted to Split 2 very quickly, so hopefully not a problem anymore, but it was really just such a freak accident there in Stint 2. Just so unfortunate for us. It was Stint 1 even. Yeah, end of Stint 1. Last lap before boxing. And we got collected. I mean, at some point we will start calculating how much we lost due to the damage. Yeah, of course. What a guy. Who was it? I don't know. Never raced him. Maybe. Yeah, Jake. Siebel is back. How's he doing actually? Leading the race. Oh, they're actually quite comfortably leading the race, in case this is correct strategy-wise.
He won't be getting a Christmas card.
Yep. So this is the Michi car and this is the David car. Or how I call them. Mediums versus hards, interesting. And then we have Mr. Is that Mr. Flexi, right? Flexi from Instagram and so on. Team Nitro with Mabix. I mean, that's quite a chill split, right? Still for Split 1 with hypercars. A bit esport, but not overly crazy esport, right? But yeah, like BS Plus, mouse. Rafa, well, this yellow hut racing should be... They're quicker than the name suggests. Or maybe they're so quick that they can get away with a name like that. Rafa Esports, B-Alien, Nitro... Quite some very known names. Ah, Fiduci is with Brabham. Wait. What happened to the other Lambo? Yeah, Jake, it's a proper Ferrari Cup, like, you know, you did a fast Qatar lap back when it was released on YouTube, and then I did 2 fast races in VMS Pro, and then Marcel Cinčić did 2 fast laps for Go setups with the Peugeot. That was enough for it to get crazy pop, and now we only have Ferrari remaining. Okay, replay has loaded. But they were P3, like this Lambo was battling for podium. They boxed. Ah, it's the old number plate, so you don't see the... Wait, weren't you supposed to see the count of pit stop, like, length? Still standing, still standing, still standing. Eh? Still standing. And then escape. Well, that's a freebie. Well, rip the second Lambo. A very long bathroom, you mean? Yeah, maybe it was a driver issue. Driver availability. Quick double check on the okay. I just realized it's quite unlikely that we're gonna get dived into the same space by same 2 hypercars. But yeah, I wasn't live. Quite a deja vu indeed. I tried to calculate the double check of the fuel thread, but yeah, it wasn't live. This replay is just so stupid. I don't know, like it was so good in RF2, and then they made UI update in RF2 and they removed the decimals from the session time, and that's terrible because the decimals are really useful sometimes. And now in the LMU, first the replays didn't even work. Now they do work, but they are totally choppy, like it takes forever for you to be able to load, and then like this what are even these vertical things? Like what's the use? Why is it not laps? It should scale laps, like 5x5 laps or so. And then this live button, like it's so small and you still don't see the lap times. Ah. This is not a deja vu, right? This is a different pink hypercar. that I missed my fuel check over the line because I was complaining about the user experience. Deja vu with different names and similar colors. So I calculated that it's gonna be 16 laps for us max, which corresponds to 34 minutes. Well, that's quite quite safe, maybe. But you know, you can cross the line with just ahead of the hypercar that finishes, and then you have the extra lap now. So there is a ways that you can get 2 extra laps than you would expect. Like now it says 165 laps, but we did 165 with traction yesterday, and the pace overall was significantly slower, and we had the incident, so I think we are pretty surely getting 166. Right, strategy. 43 times 60 plus 22-ish, and then subtract drive-through, subtract let's say 30 seconds for virtual energy, divided by 129 of average lap time. Should be 20 to go from now on, and we have 6 laps worth of fuel. So it's 14, and then maybe plus 1 for safety margin. Are we actually gonna do a lap less than anticipated? To be honest, we were quite close to 1 lap less yesterday. It should be 164, but the hypercar leader just about finished his lap some seconds behind us. So yeah, might be 65. So for 15 laps then, to be safe, what is it? Let me check the spreadsheet. 58 liters. Although, are we really fighting anybody here? Wait, we were either P7 or P8, but now the Lambo has escaped from pit lane, so we are either P6 or P7. And we have 58. "58 seconds to P7. But we could end up ahead of them. So that's actually a chance for... I don't know what I'm thinking. It's still P7 or P8, right? It's been a long day and long 3 days. So forgive my miscalculations. I guess I said it's P7 or P8 after the Lambo has DNF'd. We are safe P7. if we don't drive through.
Is it still 62?
Either 58 or 62. Oof. Nice catch. Yeah, 62 confirmed.
Copy. And fuel ratio, what it is?
Yep, 9-2.
Okay.
Do you think the best driver wins the race or the best strategy? Well, you need both, of course. And depends on the level. Generally, in top level sim racing, you cannot get away with any deficit. You need to have the best strategy and the best drivers. No way around it. Very, very rarely it happens that someone has just such a superior strategy, which actually happened to us, you know. It's gonna be 3 years since we won Bahrain 8 hours of Le Mans Virtual Series. Like, we entered the formation lap and we realized we are the only ones on mediums. Or no, it was on softs. We were the only ones on softs. Everybody else was on mediums, including all the red lines and Quandas, you know, like the big names. And we were like, uh-oh, what have we missed? It turned out we had by far the superior strategy, so also the pace was quite good, but I think they had better pace overall, but we won. Because they messed up the strat. Or misread how it's gonna pan out. But then in real life, usually there is a variety of talent that's much bigger than in sim racing at top level. So a good driver will make even worse strategies work. Maybe not in F1, because it's really that top level, like, still. Well, it really fully depends. Like, I mean, in real life, was it Alpine that did triple stint on softs at Imola? Because Imola is a very low energy track. Not many long, high energy fast corners, but mostly chicanes, low speed. and it was called track temp and so on. So they just triple stinted the soft and it worked, if I remember correctly. It really depends on what a soft tire is. But we had, like, in RF2, we had this Formula Sim Racing WC league that I've done like for 10 years or so, even with some breaks in between. And we had softs, mediums, hards. And then, well, some years we had softs that lasted literally 7 laps. And then you either drove 2-3 seconds of pace, made the stint longer, but it never really made sense. You just had to be way off pace, because if you just pushed them, you wouldn't get the longevity, and you would be 3 seconds off pace anyway because of the crazy wear that they provided. And Jake would know a bit about that, about tire saving at exactly 94.73% of the grip limit, right? Yeah, Bahrain LMVS was single softs. And we had people trying, actually it was Redline trying single medium, because they had such a horrendous tire wear because of the aggressive setup that worked for Quali. Like, they easily got the pole, but in the race they had no pace. They eventually went to single soft but started single medium. But then some other teams, I remember RAG putting triple hard or some bizarre thing like that. We were like, what are they doing? It just makes zero sense. They got the track position, but I just drove around them. Any good fixed setup changes for the Peugeot Le Mans? What was the Peugeot doing? Trying to remember. I think I normally used full brake force, or is it like 95% brake force? I think I did use full brake force. And maximum brake migration, so 2.5. And I honestly don't remember about brake balance. Was it 53-ish? Man, I forget these things, like, I forget setups, I forget lap times. I don't forget the springs and packers and anti-roll bars on the wings. But other things I do forget. Ah, the anti-roll bars, of course, yeah. You can change the anti-roll bars for the Peugeot. I would take 2 front and then see whatever feels good for you on the rear. Like, try 2, 3, 4, 5. Whatever feels best to you. Double check the pit stop strat, so you still stay in the car and that you change no tire.
All correct.
Beautiful blue flag combination. No, TC. What did I do on TC? I think TC cut is like 5 or 6. Like, I liked it around that area. But for the, I think try. Ooh. Try 8 or 9 TC and like between 6 and 9 slip.
Like, I probably reacted on something that didn't happen, but I mean...
No, you reacted correctly. But good driving, and we are probably in a fight for P7. You should be P7 now, or even P6 potentially.
P6. I'm
Yeah,
P6.
So
Yeah.
the Lambo in P3 DNF'd.
Oh. How?
So Ferry Stanley went into the pit lane and never went out of the garage, or like out of the box. Escaped from the
so-
box after a couple of minutes of standing still.
So bugged pit stop.
I don't know. We cannot see the tires because the engineering is not yet enabled. Like the MFD doesn't allow. They still call it a test, kind of driver swap test event, even though it's kind of a big event still, or already, with 14 splits at this time slot. But eventually they will make it enabled, and then engineers will be able to see everything and even able to adjust the pit stops. And that's gonna be pretty cool. But not yet. So we have a fourth, a little bit less than one drive-through worth of time behind.
So you're telling me to go for it, so we have a drive-through.
He's fuel saving a bit.
Alright, what is his lap times?
Last 5 laps average 10.4.
Okay. Well, I should be able to do that, but let's see.
Good to see Alex Siebel back. He's taken quite a bit of a break, but you know, if you are a really fast sim driver, it feels really good to take a longer break now and then. If you get away with it, like I cannot do it because I do this professionally. But eventually one has to return. Difficult to just forget how good racing feels sometimes. But oh well, you know, P6 and see the gaps. I think, well, are we overfueled? I don't think we are overfueled. If we took 1 lap less of fuel, we would cross the line with around half a minute to go. And then we would be at the mercy of where Hypercar finishes. So the fuel that we took is the most appropriate that we could take. Although the people ahead are now on the 28 lap stint and are fuel saving. But it's P6 despite the 32 seconds of damage and despite losing surely 3-4 seconds in that incident on the in-lap with the broken car. And then, yeah, like, we did lose maybe 5 to 10 seconds, or maybe 10 to 15 seconds because where that damage repair put us. Instead of the fresh air that we should get after the first pit stop, we got quite severe traffic for some parts of the race. So let's say 35 for the damage and for the incident, and let's say 15 for the combination of being slightly more careful because we are still on a 4.75 cuts, so we cannot cut. Combination of cuts and combination of being stuck in traffic because of the damage repairs. So let's say 35.
I'm a bit cautious. I don't know how old tires react.
It's fine.
So that means 50-second loss. And a 50-second loss puts us right in the slipstream, or very close to the slipstream of the leading Lexus. But the leading Lexus did have a little bit of a small spin. So... But they are three fast guys that really prepared for this and really wanted to prepare a lot. And we really took it a bit more for the content than for the extreme esports space. Yeah, surely I lost 5 seconds because of bad quali, you know. I mean, it wasn't bad, it was P9 or P8. P9, it was P9. And the Lexus could surely take P4.
It's so weird that you are the front wheel abuser now. The front tire.
You still wear the rears more than the front?
Like it's 66, 67, 67.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I was told before by the leading Lexus driver, I think Arda told me that I was burning the front left quite a lot. And I felt like I'm not really burning it much.
Well, I feel like I'm driving iRacing under the limit. And I'm better at dancing at the limit.
But you feel... When I drive
starting
iRacing...
to feel something.
Yeah, in iRacing I struggle to feel, but here I actually feel. Although you can confirm or not, but FFB is very strong when you turn in, and then when you reach the actual proper input, it lightens up instead of stiffening. That's probably the other way that it should be, right?
Like as long as you're gripped, the steering wheel is heavy. And if you lose this grip, then it gets light.
Yeah, in real life.
Yes.
And here it starts to kind of lighten up a bit, even though you're gaining the grip, so... That is a bit iRacing like. I do have that feeling in iRacing. So maybe I feel something in iRacing anyway. I'm looking forward to that Hyperpole highlights, although I'm most likely watching it tomorrow.
But I would say that especially front wheel driven cars, it can be hard to feel like the tires when it starts to like overheat. Because like it's the turning tire and it's the power tire.
Yeah.
So it's very easy to overheat, and it can be a little bit difficult to feel that.
MX.
So
Strategy.
most of the time you actually have to underdrive a bit.
Yeah, makes sense. Dan, you underestimate us. We're esport pros. We can do whole race on 0 cuts if we want. I did full push to stints, no cuts.
Then I have a rear that's turning for you. Full forklift, otherwise gonna kill the fronts.
Yeah. Toe out on the rear.
Toe out. Get an ankle grinder, remove the rear wing, whatever it takes.
Yeah, Jake, I cannot show the raw throttle. It shows just the filtered trace from LMU, so it includes TC. So yeah, it just turns off. I tried with the tiny pedal. So MX,
I need to go faster.
You don't need to. Like, you're in the middle of nowhere. You are not gonna catch P5. P7 will not catch you. Just don't get a cut. But even if you do get a cut, you will still be P6. So just enjoy. Still, I would prefer not to get a drive-through. Strategy was terrible. How do you decide when to do a double stint, or just how do you make a good strategy? So my tip, or like the way that I do it, is that I have a spreadsheet. I'm really not a spreadsheet pro, but I kind of developed like a very simple spreadsheet where I kind of have like a fuel calculation, and then it shows how much time or like how much fuel you need for each stint length, and how much of fuel save percentage you need to have if you go for a certain target. Obviously you need to measure it on track and then input it into the spreadsheet, and then you kind of select your strategy, let's say 26 laps, and you just manually input. So I based it on time to go. So it starts with 6 hours, and then depending on what strategy you take, so let's say 26 laps, it will subtract the stint time and the refueling and drive-through and tire change time for each stint. So it will, like, you will get a good visual overview of the whole race if you just input some placeholder strategy. And then you can just like think what's better. Is it better to full push for 26 laps every stint and have a splash in the end? Or is it better to do like 28 lap stints and fuel save? How much per lap do you lose doing that? Compare, decide what's preferable for you, and also then you have a nice overview if you have it on paper or in the spreadsheet, how the tire behavior, like at what point you get what tires, how do you want to spread them around. So for this race we figure out that we prefer full push strat, and that it will work better with the tire distribution, because we only have 3 fresh sets, a quali set and 2 extra fresh tires for the whole 6 or 7 stints. So we distributed them in our way. We made sure that we never have to do a full stint on old tires. So we kind of avoided that late second stint cliff situation. But we also kind of overlooked potentially that it's not that time consuming to do the fuel save. Because look, like 20 seconds drive through plus 30 second extra refuel that you need, or 25 second extra refuel, that's 45 seconds, and it's gonna be 165 or 166 laps. And if I quickly calculate that, 45 divided by 166, it's 3/10 per lap. So by fuel saving you need to lose less than 3/10 per lap, and we thought it was not really possible, but it turns out that it's potentially easier and more viable than expected. So yeah, it's a bit of thinking, a lot of consideration, and sometimes something just feels... What is it with pink and purple hypercars? Like, come on. Sometimes some strat just pops out in the eyes and it looks good and you just want to take it. And then Jesper is not the biggest fan of fuel saving. And you know, 3/10 to save 1.5 laps, like, it's usually quite difficult. So we thought it's a better idea. But yeah, I mean, usually with GT3s the power curve is quite flat, so short shifting will not cost you that much time. And the cars are heavy, so if you lift and coast, they will not just lose speed, so it's quite efficient to fuel save. But you know, extra 1 lap, so let's say full push gives you 26.7 laps, and 28 laps means that you need to save almost roughly 5 or almost 5% per lap, and that's usually kind of a cut-off point where suddenly it stops making sense. So I think if we went full esports into this and properly made the car actually on the limit, maybe a bit less safe, but more rotatey.
Did you do 08s on your second stint?
Just a couple right in the end. But I did have fresh tires on the left side. You do not. What was it talking? Yeah, like, again, this is Jesper's first race on this tire model, you know. He hasn't tested it before. So you cannot really compare now the pace compared to the Moose. I always say Moose instead of Mouse. The Mouse esports guys that are leading the race and the BS Plus competition in P2. And then the Lexus in P3 that actually developed the Go setup that we actually took for this, but heavily adjusted to make it easier for the Traction GG guys with whom we did the race yesterday, but also easier for Jesper as it's his first race, and also easier for me because I did a bit of a oopsie on this same track and car combination 2 days ago. I was leading and I spun out, and another Lexus was leading as well ahead of me, and before I spun out, he spun out of the lead. So I said to myself, well, let's tune it down a little bit, let's make it a bit softer, a bit safer, let's just have fun and survive. So maybe if we prepared fully in an esports way, maybe we would actually prove that the extra pit stop is a faster strat, which I still think it perhaps is. But yeah, I mean, the gap to P1 and P2 is pretty damning. They have been on it, they have been quick. They've done a good job. And then let's say we lost 45 seconds because of the incident overall, and then let's say Jesper is 4/10 off. And he's done 26 plus 26 plus he's done another 16 laps. If he's 4/10 off the top esports pace, that's still less than half a minute loss. And then if I was 1/10 off, let's add that 26 times 4, and I did a slightly shorter first or second stint, that's extra 10 seconds. So 40 plus 45 is 85. And we are still lacking half a minute to the fourth and the Lambo in the lead. So, I don't know. Maybe that half a minute is indeed a setup, not a setup, yeah, a setup problem. Like, it would require extra 30 divided by 166. 2 tenths per lap. We would need to gain 2 tenths per lap by better strat and better setup. I mean, it's realistic. Maybe it's BOP. Maybe actually Ford is really good. Maybe this is actually a showcase of how good Ford is in the long run. And of course Lambo is much quicker in Quali, but it's actually surprisingly good in the race as well. So yeah, who knows? Pirate is correct. I studied physics and I was not a good student because I was sim racing too much. Yeah, I mean, MX, if you're still there, hypercars are kind of similar. Of course, they will have a lot more of drag when you lift abruptly at 320 kph. So it will be a bit less efficient to lift and coast, but still it's a lot of speed, you know. So you can still lift and coast, and it's a lot more efficient than with F1. With F1 it's not really, you cannot really lift and coast much. Unless the fuel tank is just limited by the rules and you absolutely have to. Air condition controller. What do you mean by air condition control? Ah, you mean, this, the Sharp. The good old calculator that made me survive elementary, high school and physics classes at the uni. Because at math classes there weren't any numbers, so we didn't need a calculator at math. It was just letters.
I'm acing too much into the last turn. I need to brake softer.
Yeah, that's one thing I noticed driving myself. If I brake less, initially, if I brake less, then the corner will just turn out better. At least, probably sim racing and of course streaming to some extent, although I am not long-term streamer, has helped me to put my analysis into words. Because I was never good with words, so being theoretical physicist usually means that you're good at putting equations together and then the other theoretical physicists perfectly understand what you mean, but nobody else does. But in sim racing you actually have to put things plainly on paper so people can buy.
Do we have way too much fuel or do the others have too little?
If we had one lap less, then like we will cross the line with 2 laps of fuel and half a minute to go. So if we had lap less of fuel, we could run out of fuel. So I don't know. Let's see.
I hope they can't math.
I mean, they can fuel save, you know.
I mean, it's a lot. 8 minutes, 5%.
Yep. I mean, lift and coast, that's a cut. Got away with it. Was it yellow?
No, green.
Ah. Floor it.
I seen green turn yellow.
Yeah, happens sometimes in the last half a second, so you cannot even react. I mean, it is effective to some extent in hypercars. I mean, they are heavy, right? Like 1,200 kilos-ish? I don't know how much exactly. They're not light. So, you know, the heavier the car is, the more energy you need to accelerate it, and the less effective it is to keep it floored in the last 200 meters before a big hairpin. And also the heavier it is, the less speed it will lose when you lift. But of course you always have to do a stint and check how much you lose when lift and coasting, and you cannot judge just by doing 3 lift and coast laps because you need to kind of learn and get the feeling. But you immediately see where you stand, so like for a nice fun race it's fine, just do a couple of laps of lift and coast, see how much you lose per lap, go from there. Yeah, Ferrari needs a nerf. Ferrari sure needs a nerf. Peugeot is now like it is in real life. Like a solid midfielder, but a good second off at some tracks. Like at Le Mans. Ross. No wets have been used yet. We all have managed to do the correct things. Although one car did do worse than wets in the pit stop, which is escape and retire from a pit stop. Wonder what happened there. No worries, MX. I analyze so effortlessly. Well, you know, I got told for years that I philosophize too much and I don't put things materially enough together to present the point in a clear way, and I got fed up listening to that, so now I try more to present my point a bit more clearly. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, sim racing really does help you develop stuff in the brain. Jake, remember, it was plus 10 and it was plus 15 at Le Mans. And then for Peugeot it was plus 8 and then suddenly plus 15 everywhere. So I really don't get the Peugeot Bob. It's just utterly destroyed the car. So Bob is just balance of performance. So basically it's the developers in case of sim game, or in real life it's the organizers just trying to make the cars that use different technology as equal as possible on each track to have as good racing as you can, which is obviously incredibly difficult to manage. And there is always games that people can play, like teams can play games. So like you can always make the car a bit slower and safer than it seems like. You could make the car more on the limit, but you make the car like 1 second of pace to present yourself as like a bit off, and then eventually you get a preferential Bob because it feels like you're a bit off, but suddenly you arrive at a track where you really want to win, and suddenly you just find half a second of lap time from wherever. I mean, games are always possible, but in real life you obviously have one split of World Endurance Championship, right? You don't have multiple splits, and you cannot just take a car, do a couple of laps and prove that it's too quick. But in sim racing you can do that, so usually Bob is a lot better in sim racing, but it's still so difficult to calculate and to implement. Well, the Glick is OP at Interlagos. I don't know why, but it is. And it's been proved by my old friend David a week and a bit ago. He won the race ahead of Ferraris. Who would understand? But the Glick is as well a really, really nice car to drive, so... But it's really weird, like how is a car the fastest at one track, or at least competitive enough to win a race at one track, but surely a second and a half off at a different track? It's weird. Right, so yeah, Isoto was pretty nice at some tracks for sure. Maybe it still is. I'm looking at the track map, so now we have to kind of calculate. We don't have to calculate, we can just observe and enjoy. But there is a case where people ahead could be 1 lap short on fuel. So when the hypercar crosses the line, it will be his last lap. No, in fact, they are fine. I think they are fine. It's so hard to predict the positioning, and it's just better to take 1 extra lap, just in case. Yeah, I mean, Glick is not a hybrid, so it's lighter because it has no battery, but it requires a lot more fuel for the race start at least. And then it doesn't have good downforce, but it has solid straight line speed. So leader that's surely his last lap. P5, where are they? They are there. They will get away with it. They will get away with it. Well, good for them. Bad for us. But my strat sheet is a bit off. And I don't like to see that. If we take a lap less, you know, I was not confident in that. But the timer is already out. Maybe I took too quick of an average. No, actually my average stint times for the second stint are pretty close. This spreadsheet stuff. It's always good to be good with it.
Holy shit, he was an idiot. Brain rot.
Should be final up for you. We didn't get lucky. Hello KNH. It's fine. We are coming home for a very solid P6 in split 1 out of 14 with some big esports names. Despite getting crashed out in first stint by hypercar madman. But without that crash, so I calculated 45 seconds, you know. I calculated 45-second loss because of the damage and the worst track position. Without those 45 seconds, we would be fighting for podium. If Whitehead didn't DNF, if Shill, like if this car didn't DNF, this AMG was P3 I think on grid, like there are some fast guys on the grid for sure. But if we can do one if just for us, we did have the pace for P3 to fight for it if everyone else had the same problems like they did. But like Leiden in P4, like they got damage as well, but maybe not as much as we did. And that's a solid P6, and without the damage I believe we could fight for podium.
Yeah, it could be.
Or it would be top 5, I think. In any case, it would be top 5,
yeah.
And that was always the goal for today. So thank you for the racing. I think you were pretty close behind on pace, like you weren't off. So I think that's fine. I hope you still enjoyed a bit of Lexus balance and tire model.
Did you say I was a minute off? I hope not.
No. I said I hoped you still enjoyed a bit of the tire model and Lexus balance and so off, and so on.
It got better, but
But I said you were not much off.
well, that's good.
I would say I was maybe 1 or 2 tenths off what I would be if I did like much more esport prep, and maybe you were 2 to 3 tenths behind me overall on average. And it was your first race on the tire model, so that's acceptable, and we're all happy.
All right.
Load the replay.
Now I need to uninstall game until VC.
It's gonna be a solid 1 week for you.
Oh,
And
is
then
it
you need
1
to-
week?
Yeah, you need to start practicing for Monza. Done. What does it mean? Like, is this saved somewhere, or is it not saved anywhere, or is it just like kind of calculation of how it would be?
I was most consistent.
Oh yeah, you were.
It was
Nice job.
consistently slow.
And yeah, that's the 4 tenths off in the best lap, but I made quite a nice best lap, so that doesn't count.
Well, it does. You did it.
But what is this average lap? Like I have average lap 12. You know what? It takes into account the pit stops. Like it's broken. It's stupid.
Yeah.
So I had a damage repair. So I have the worst average lap. So it's not really showing
Well,
anything. That's a shame.
I'm not listening. I'm gonna take a screenshot.
You can still make box plots, you know, from the XML files, and then we will see.
I'm not smart enough for that.
Lineup rank, it's safe in the results, but mouse over the numbers on the bar.
So you don't gain any driver rating towards your own thing. It's just...
Yeah, I mean, I'm slightly confused because I think it doesn't really save it. Also, our team rating was... I mean, I don't know. If I go to teams now and go to Rafa Esports team, event history, I mean, I just see my races. I see this race as well, but I see gold 1 because that's my rating. I don't know. Our lineup has SRB1 now. I don't know.
Okay. How did mouse beat BS? Because when I was doing the first stint, I was between them. And
they were
BS
close.
was in front.
They were pretty close together, right?
They were at that time. Like I was in between them.
Yeah, I mean they finished 11 seconds apart.
Okay. So
I think Lambo problem. Lambo is not that great in the long run, but the Ford is pretty decent. Perhaps.
Okay. I think we should have beaten P4 maybe. Could have been P4 at least. Me wheel sharing.
Yeah, I think so. But it's all really good teams, you know.
Yeah, I know. I'm fine. Like I did how much practice? 2 hours.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I tried to make a practice more, but I was quite done as well after already doing so many laps around COTA with the Lexus in race conditions. So it was good fun. But well, thank you, Jesper.
Well, thank you too.
Yeah, I mean, I just wonder if these results actually get saved, because supposedly it's just a test event. So I don't know if this restarts. Maybe not. Maybe yes. If I go to Traction GG, yeah, it counts. It does count because we are gaining the rating there for the lineup. And I did read that it will be more and more towards, like, in the first race of the lineup, it takes the average of the DRs of the drivers, and then it goes more and more towards the actual team lineup. But I don't know how this works together. Like, it's weird. Thank you, Ross. Thank you, Logi. Thank you, Jean. That's gonna be it for today. That's gonna be it for me. Only one race for Traction. We did 2 races, right? Yeah. We did 2 races. It shows position 17 because it doesn't filter between classes. We were P3. It shows 3 here. I don't know. Anyway, I will not stream on Tuesday, but we will have a nice stream highlights of August racing uploaded on Tuesday. But I'll be back for Thursday Fuji WEC Online Championship. Until then, thank you again for all the the good chats. Thank you for watching. Feel free to like if you haven't yet. It helps a bit with this stupid YouTube grind, whatever the algorithm wants. Or if you don't want to like, I'll try my best to make it more likable in the future. Until the future arrives, good night, ciao, bye bye, lahko noč, see you.